Yeah, good. Hey, and we're live. So I'm on TikTok right now, and I'm also on the the Seamoss Club, the
Okay,
Seamoss
yeah.
Buyers
I
Club.
just I just walked in the door and seen the alert on my phone. Get back from work. I'm gonna tap back in a little bit once I get myself settled.
No problem. I just started, like literally just started, and
Yeah,
so yeah, I come back in a few minutes.
yeah, definitely. I'm gonna tap back in. Sure.
All right, wicked, wicked,
All right, bet.
cool. Wicked, wicked. That was is it Moss King? I think that was Moss King right there. That's on our Clubhouse. Guys, just so you know, I am on Clubhouse. So if you don't want to come on the live video, you can come and join me on the Clubhouse talk. I'm going to post the link in a second to join me if you want to be a guest. Welcome, Wanda. Thanks for joining us. I encourage everybody to come on getting to be a guest. Don't be shy with the camera and everything. It's very simple, and click the link. I'll add you in, and you can talk to me directly and ask what other questions. Or you can also go on to our Clubhouse. I decided to do a Clubhouse talk right now, so that those people that want to engage and talk with in the group but don't want to be on camera have an option to be on in trying to be inclusive with everybody. You know what I mean? And so I'm just looking right now for that link for the Clubhouse. Let me just club that and throw that into the chat. And if you guys have any questions, you're also welcome to, post them in the comments here in the chat groups. We're live on Facebook and YouTube. So, lots of people in there. Let me just pull up the link. This next link I'm going to post here, this is to join in and show your name on the chat. Sometimes, depending on where you're coming from, it's not easy for me to see who you are or where you're from. You know what I mean? Last week, last a couple of days ago, I think it was Sunday, I had Kenya, um, Francis from Vegan Electric here, and I had no idea that he was. I was talking to him, but didn't realize I was talking to him. And had I known I was talking to him, I would have talked like totally different stuff. So, welcome. This is the chat. I really don't have any set program, although I did have some certain topics that I wanted to discuss tonight or share and stuff. And first of all, I just want this to be like an open discussion about CMOS. To give you a little bit of background about who I am, I've been running a CMOS company for a little over almost 2 years now. It is based in St. Lucia. It's run solely between me and my partner, and he's St. Lucian, so we have it there. We have farms down there. We also buy from farmers, and we have a very strong network of different people that we buy from. People go out and die for it and stuff. We dry the sea moss, and then we export it. We have a location in what is it, Atlanta, Georgia, that we ship out of from, and I also ship out of Toronto, Canada, which I am right now. Right now, we're in the warehouse. I do a lot of the packing of the sea moss here. I put the labels on them and stuff like that. We also do co-packing. I don't know if anybody else knew, but we secretly, it's not something we promote a lot. But if you don't want to deal with having to stock all the sea moss, pack all the sea moss and stuff, we can give me a shout and we can make an arrangement. You just send me your packaging and I go put it on there. Boom. All right. So let's, I guess, get into the show. First, I just want to put out there, does anybody have any questions? Let's see. Oh, you know what? Let me see if anybody's in the room. Oh, I just sent someone an invite. And yeah, don't forget, if you want to talk and you don't want to be on camera, and you can join in on the Seamoss Club. I have run a club on Clubhouse called the Seamoss Club, and we talk about all different kinds of stuff on Seamoss. So, sorry, people are jumping in while I'm talking. Hey, Alicia, welcome, welcome. Oh, I got a question here. Does uh, does CMOS lose any nutritional value when you put it in the freezer? Um, I'm not I'm not a super expert on it, to be honest with you. So, but my view is this: that it wouldn't. Um, Freezing it, kind of, it's like freezing vegetables. You don't really lose a lot of nutritional value when you freeze vegetables, but I don't know. I freeze all my CMOS, and I've never noticed a difference when I'm doing it. You know. Hey, Seema, did you have any questions you wanted to ask about? I seen that you joined in Clubhouse here to the stage.
Yeah, man, how's it going, man? I'm here in the UK.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask you a quick question as well. I was reading an article that said that there's different opinions on how long you should soak CMOS for
Mm-hmm.
in order to maintain its nutrients. So I read one article that said that the longer that you soak the CMOS for, the less potent it becomes. So this particular article was suggesting that you soak it for only 15 minutes in order to maintain its full nutrient content. However, in the article, the guy that wrote the article said that he boils the CMOS. Me personally, I don't believe in boiling it because I feel like it kills some nutrients. What do you think about the time that the CMOS should be soaked for before it's blended into a gel?
Yeah, I agree in that sense that the longer you soak it, the more, because what happens is that it will swell up, but then after a certain point, it starts kind of like disintegrating into the water, right? I've made the mistake, and I'm sure lots of people have, that I've left the sea moss in the fridge or on the counter and for 2 3 days it's soaking, and you know what I mean. You could tell that it's you know what I mean, some of the sea moss is leached out in the water, and if you throw that water away, then you know what I mean, you're definitely losing some nutrients. Now I actually use some of that water when I soak it in the blender when I blend it, and I normally soak my sea moss overnight, so probably around 12 hours. I don't
Okay.
think you should soak it for more than 24 hours. I think after that 24-hour mark, like there's a certain point that it's going to hold as much water or moisture, it's going to get as hydrated as it can. Once it gets
Yeah.
to that point or just to that point, I believe that that's when you'll lose some of the nutrient value of it. Do you know what I mean? Because now you're soaking it for a long time. Um, I would have to test it to see. My concern about soaking for 15 minutes, or how long did he say?
He said 15 minutes, but then he also mentioned that he boils it. So I don't. 15 minutes is probably a bit too short for me because I don't boil CMOS.
Hmm.
I prefer to blend it with water and have it fresh.
Yeah. So I think you would want to do it for longer than 15 minutes. I wouldn't do it for less than like an hour or two, just because then you're if the CMOS doesn't get hydrated enough, when you blend it, it's just going to be like really like dense, and it's I don't know. I've never done it, to be honest, to know, but my thought is that's what it's going to come out like. As for
Okay.
boiling it, that is such a super debatable topic, and I think it would depend on how you boiled it. If you were to
Okay.
boil it and throw the water away, then I could see you losing some nutrient value. But my dad boils it and he swears by it, right?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, he boils it and he's been taking it longer. He's been taking it since a kid, right? And he's 74, right? So
Okay.
yeah, so he's been doing it for decades. And they all, and even all in St. Lucia and like the Caribbean, they all boil it. Now, I feel like if you boil it and throw the water away, then yes, you're probably throwing some of the nutrients. But when I see them boiling it, for the most part, they're boiling the water with the sea moss when they're making the
Yeah.
gel. So the same water that they're boiling, I mean, soaking it in, they tend to use that to boil it. Now,
Okay.
here's some of the pros that I've like seen or believe when it comes to boiling is that it will kill the any sort of bacteria or microorganisms and stuff like that. Now, sometimes some bacteria is good for you, but some are bad for you. You know what I mean? I don't know enough to know about which ones, to be honest. But I know when I talked to one farmer in St. Lucia, and because this is what would happen in general when I would be talking to farmers or whatever, I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'm in Canada, da 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 da," and yeah, we make the gel here, and he'd be like, "Oh okay," so he'd start telling me how he makes the gel, right? And he'd be like, "Oh, so when you boil it," and I'd be like, "Well, hold on a second, they don't boil it," and he, what, like, huh? And I'd be like, "Yeah, they don't boil it." What do you mean they don't boil it? They don't boil that at all? I'm like, no. And they're like, well, what do they do? And I'm like, well, they soak it and then they blend it. And they're like, what the, like they're just scratching their head, like, but it's from the sea and it's this. And they're like, no, 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 you have to boil it. Like there's bacteria that can make you sick in that. And so who's to say? Because I've been doing it for years now. I haven't gotten sick and I don't boil it, right? So, but I know this: when my dad boils it, he can leave it on the counter for a day and not worry about it. Do you know what I mean? And so I think boiling it would definitely increase the shelf life of the product. Like it would make the gel last longer, and you wouldn't have to keep it in the fridge because it's a lot of the things that would have caused it to go off have been killed in the and that might not be a good thing because if you're looking for I think there's something with Seamoss where it's good for the gut. They probably have probiotics in it. If you're killing that off, then you might be killing some of those benefits. Yeah,
100%. Yeah. So how long have you been selling Seamoss for?
Almost 2 years now.
Oh, 2 years. Okay.
Yeah, and then
what do you find are the keys to a successful Seamoss business?
Consistent work, for sure. You have to be dedicated to this. You have to put the time in. You have to be honest. You have to make sure you have a good product. And if you don't have a good product, say you don't have a good product. You know what I mean? Because sometimes people don't care about the product. They'll care about price over product. You know what I mean? But at least be straight up with it. And you say you're going to do something, do it. And then the numbers. This, like any other business, comes down to how many faces you can put yourself into. Do you know what I mean? So the more people you can see it, whether it's online, whether it's on the street, whether, you know what I mean, anywhere, you know what I mean? You got to, it's like a there's like a conversion rate. You know what a conversion rate is, right? Yeah. So it's like for every, say, I think the conversion rate is like 5%. So for every 100 people that you put, I think the industry average is like 2.5, right? So even three. So to get, say, 25 sales, you have to get 1,000 people to look at your product.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
So that's what I would be the main focus on. And then reputation is important. They need to trust your product because everybody's so worried about faking. So even if you're like advertising and marketing, you got to show like that your product's real, where your product comes from, why your product is good. You know what I mean? I wouldn't do it in a way that you denounce other products. I always find that cheesy when I see guys doing that. To me, it's like, I'm like, this is weak because anybody could say yours is shit, mine's better. You know what I mean? Like, what is that? Like, you know what I mean? But to be able to stand on and prove yours is better, you know what I mean? And just say this, like, or not even yours is better, yours is good, and this is why it's good, and this is the effects that it has on it. To me, that's a better way to focus on your brand than to say to someone, well, buy my Seamoss because theirs is the fake Seamoss. You can't trust them. You know what I mean? Like, that's the biggest thing, like marketing thing I see these guys doing is, well, Dr. Sabi, says this is the proof. All your other, it's like, is that all you got? I don't know. Sorry, I got a little bit of a rant there.
Yeah, well, thanks for the advice, man. It's good to hear from someone who's been doing, the business for a while as well. It's something that I'm thinking of really getting into. I've already started blending it up for a few friends and stuff, and they're coming back. They're buying it more regularly, but I want to turn it more into a proper business.
Okay. Yeah, do it. I mean, especially with the gel. The gel has good margins and stuff like that, and you know what I mean. Get a good gel recipe or a way that makes your gel unique. You know, and then
Yeah.
that's it. To me, it's more about getting out there and getting the ball going. Don't get so caught up on the branding and the labeling. You can fix all that shit later. You know what I mean? Just get some sales. Just even make sure you like doing it. Do you know
Oh
what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Because there's a lot of people that start businesses. Like I've started a lot of businesses. I've been like an entrepreneur all my life, and the one thing I've realized, even for myself, is that you want to make sure you like what you're doing before you do it, and so you don't want to get invested in your $5,000 worth of packaging in, and you realize you hate making gels and you have to pivot to something else. It's, do you know what I mean? It's that you don't want to do. So yeah.
Yeah, man. Thank you for the advice, man. I'm looking at your Instagram page, man. It's looking good as well, man.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I put a lot of
Yeah,
time
man.
into it and stuff. And you know, I was really lucky. I spent a lot of time in St. Lucia. So if you look in the beginnings, and I think a lot of people miss those, but there's a lot of these live streams that I did where I'm doing a lot of talking by myself. I'm just talking shit, all not shit, but stuff about CMOS. You know what I mean? Yeah, all the time. Yeah, so you
Yeah,
can
man.
learn a lot just by
Seamoss has
listening.
been good to me, though. You know, uh, there's a like my job at the moment is a walking job, so I'm predominantly walking for the whole day out there on the street. So I developed some hip pain on my left hip, and I developed some knee pain on my right on my right knee. So I started taking the gel, but I didn't really, I felt some improvement, but not a lot of improvement. And then something just hit me in my head. I saw somebody selling CMOS, but they sell it as a seasoning.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, okay, let me try and grind it up a little bit and then sprinkle it on my food and see, how it tastes and how it, what effects it has on my body. When I grinded the CMOS and I put it on my food, I found that the hip pain and the knee pain, within 2 days of taking the CMOS and in the dry form, it went away straight away.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah. So I just feel like possibly the CMOS being in a dry form, just you grind it down a little bit and you have it. I feel like I feel like it's as potent as possible.
Yep.
It hasn't been soaked. None of the minerals have come out,
Yep.
and it just goes straight into your body.
Yeah, I even think that in some ways, when the people are taking it in the powder form, that it's probably in a more concentrated state. The one thing I've noticed is that many of the people that are selling these powdered capsules and stuff, and it's not to throw on them, but they don't really know the dosage. Some capsules are this size, some capsules are that size. How, and then because we've done some research into making powders, we've been working on it secretly. We'll like probably come out with it at some point, right? And we're watching other people do it. And the one thing we see is like we don't understand the ratio of what is 2 tablespoons converted to powder. So everybody's taking 2 to 4 tablespoons. What does that equal in a powdered state? You know what I mean? And this is another thing. How is everybody making their powders? There's so many different ways to make these powders. Are they cleaning the CMOS before they make the powder? Like, did you clean your CMOS before you made it? Before you grinded it in powder? No.
No, because I thought to myself, if I clean it, I'm gonna get it wet. I didn't want to get it wet.
But please clean it next time, because there's a lot of shit that gets attached to the CMOS that sometimes, like on a microscopic level, you can't see, like different algae. Like there's this I don't even know what it is. It's like I gotta go look up the name so I can say it correctly. But it's like, imagine it's like a thin, and I mean you can see it. You know that algae that collects on ropes and stuff like that, and it looks like a little like moss, like thin hairs or something like that. Like yeah. So that shit's floating all around in the ocean, and it gets a lot on the sea moss. And even when you bleach it, you can't see the sea moss. Like you can't see them because they go blonde. I had a lot of people complain and say that there's hair in the sea moss. And when I investigated, because I was like, how the hell is this so much hair? When I investigated it, that was what it was. It was these fibers that are in the sea moss from the algae. And so if you don't clean it, you know what I mean, that's going to get on it. Plus, there's all this soot and stuff in the ocean naturally. They try to clean the sea moss off in it, but you never know if it's in there. Yeah, So that's the one thing. So people, like, my concern about powders, right, would be, as a say I'm buying it, would be, you know, did the person clean the sea moss before you put it in there? Did he, is there any other foreign materials or fillers that he added to it? Um, did they make it? Because another way you can do it is you can make it into a gel and then dehydrate the gel and then powder that stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's that way. Or did they clean the sea moss and then dehydrate it again and then from that? Or even did they freeze dry it? Whatchamacallit, there's a guy, I think the only guy I know that's doing freeze dried powdered sea moss is Ricky Ray from Ocean Gold. And I think from our studies, the freeze dried is probably the best method to make the powder.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you can find, like, if you're looking for, ask them, like, how do you make the powder? Do you freeze dry it? Do you clean the sea moss before you do it? You know what I mean? And if anything, if the guy doesn't do it, you asking that question is going to make him think twice about doing it. You know what I mean? Which could be a good thing. Yeah.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your help today, man. I appreciate the conversation.
Hey, no problem, no problem. I'm gonna answer some of these questions here. There's a lot of comments. I don't know if you know, I'm doing a live stream at the same time while I'm talking to you because I'm on we're on Facebook, and I run a group there called the Seamoss Buyers Club. If you're ever on Facebook, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically, and as a future business guy, you probably want to get on that group because that's one of the few groups where it's an active group of with farmers and sellers from all over the world, like everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, like there's sea moss sellers from Tanzania. There's some ones from Grenada, Saint Vincent, Jamaica, everywhere.
Can I ask you another question on Seamoss?
Yeah, of course.
Can Seamoss, me personally, I'm from Zimbabwe.
Yep.
Now, Seamoss isn't grown in Zimbabwe. However, can Seamoss be grown in Zimbabwe? Like, I don't know if you can get see the seeds of Seamoss and, and then start growing the Seamoss in Zimbabwe.
Yeah, you know what? There probably is growing there. You just don't know it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there's probably even people farming it that you don't know, and then there's probably just sea moss there naturally that are there that you don't know. I know that there are sea moss people farming sea moss in Ghana, so
yes,
they can do it in Ghana. Why not? Why not Zimbabwe?
Are there actual seeds for Seamoss?
No, not that I know of. Well, here's how sea moss kind of develops, or its sexual reproduction cycle. Okay, so there's three stages of the sea moss. There is the asexual, there's a bisexual, and then there's a C-sexual. And so they can either be a male or a female or hermaphrodite, right? And additionally, it has its ability to grow on its own. So like how, like you break the tail off a lizard and the lizard's tail grows back. If you break a piece of sea moss off and attach it to something else, that piece will continue to grow and get into its own, right? Yeah. And so it's how its reproductive cycle works is that it will, at certain stages of the time, I have no idea when, it will start growing these bumps on it. And some people will notice on some of the sea moss, especially these thicker ones, they'll have all these little bumps and it looks like it's like retarded, or not retarded, sorry, like deformed or something like that. And so these bumps, I forget, I think they're called grommets or whatever, they release spores. The male releases the male spores, like the sperm, and then the female releases these eggs, right? They float in the ocean and they land on like something like a rock or a piece of wood or even a rope, and they kind of come together and they germinate. The ocean is full of this stuff. It's all over the place. And in fact, it adds some of the building blocks or the food for phytoplankton. So this actually serves as some of the, like, sea moss helps produce the food that is literally the building blocks for all the life in the ocean. That's why in some ways it's important to make sure that we don't really fuck with it too much in its wild setting and its environment, because it's doing a number of things to the environment that it's in, mainly providing food for various lives, right? And then not only that, but providing a nursery for food to grow and stuff like that, right? So these sperms, whatever, they grow, they germinate, and then they develop. So essentially, if there was a way for you to capture the spores, you could sort of, those would be the seeds. You could germinate them together and go, but they're microscopic as far as I know, and they're not easy to see. So what normally I think would happen is you would have to try and rush some kind of like bush of live sea moss to where you are, or transport it in like some kind of like, I don't know, like aquarium with water, because the sea moss will survive in water or seawater if the water's circulating and it's got air in it. You know what I mean? So that it doesn't go off bad. But other than that, after a day, the sea moss will turn and what you call it, it will go bad and it'll spoil. And then what you want to do?
You know, Seamoss, you know, I feel like it's got like a certain energy attached to it. It's got an energy, and I feel like Seamoss has some kind of intelligence as well at the same time. I know it sounds weird.
No, it doesn't. It has a few. It's like, it's crazy, dude, when you see live sea moss like in the water and stuff. And so it does have that. And it has this like peaceful, happy, like, you know what I mean? I spend a lot of time working on the sea moss farms. In fact, I've done every single aspect of sea moss farming that you can think of. So I've done it right down to putting the sticks in the water, to creating the ropes, to putting the little twine on the ropes, which like literally would burst my. These CMOS guys, these farmers, and these the people that develop CMOS, they work hard to produce this product. Like it is like straight up tough manual labor. I talk to some of my friends at night, and these guys are like falling asleep while they're talking to me because they've been up since 6 in the morning, and it's not even like 6 at night, and they're ready to knock out. You know what I mean? So yeah, I've done the ropes, I've done the sticks, I've done the planting. Um, I forgot where I was going with this. I do that a lot.
We're talking about Seamoss, the intelligence.
Oh, you know, yes, that was it. So I forgot. That's when I meant to get to this was the CMOS is growing everywhere. Like it doesn't just grow on rocks. It grows on like holes and depressions, like different areas and stuff. And it just is floating around like timbleweed. So there's times where you're going to the farm and you will walk and you'll suddenly feel something, like it's almost like grabbing your leg. Like something will just pull at you. And the first couple times it would freak the shit out of me. And then I started realizing you get the feel and you know that it's CMOS that you're stepping on, and it's just and it's just everywhere, and you pick it up and it's like this alive plant, and it's like it's jiggling and everything like that. And you know, and I mean there was times where we'd even just eat the sea moss right out of the water like that. Yeah. And so
the sea moss is amazing, man. I feel like it wants to heal, and once you put it inside your body, it knows what to do. It will fix whatever problem you have.
Yeah, I also agree that by taking it on a consistent basis, it helps you to, if you believe in like vibrating at different frequencies. Yeah, and so I believe that through my continuous use of at CMOS, that I vibrate at a different frequency that is different than others. I mean, it's that, and also my spiritual work that I do. I do a lot of work in church and stuff like that, and I help a lot of people out. I do a lot of like, I guess,
yeah,
like
100% it does.
Pardon?
I really do believe it does.
Yeah.
Change your vibration as well, and I've been doing some research as well on some of the, you know, it contains something called, I think it contains potassium iodide.
Yes.
So basically what this does, the potassium iodide, is that you know, there's a lot of frequency and a lot of radiation, especially in London where we're living now. You know, they've been putting up a lot of 5G towers and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of radiation in the air.
Mm-hmm.
So what the potassium iodide in CMOS does is it fills up your iodine stores in your thyroid gland, so that it kind of blocks out any other radiation that's trying to come into your thyroid because you've topped it up using the steam.
Yes.
That's just what I read recently the other day.
No, I believe that, and I think that the iodine also helps in like your thyroid, and I think there's a lot of stuff that the thyroid does that we don't even know, that because it's like the central point of our body. It regulates a lot of our hormones and our moods and stuff like that. And I think our moods are linked to how we vibrate in our bodies. You know what I mean? Yeah. So definitely, I could see that for sure.
Amazing, man.
I know when I first took it, it like blew my mind, like literally, like my like I felt like I was having like a nutrient rush. And now looking back, I feel like maybe I was like vibrating at a different frequency than what I was used to. You know what I mean? And so that's what I noticed the change. You know what I mean? Because it was so profound, and it was like one of those things where I was like, okay, give me more, give me more. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, like, even my father, because I told him about Seamoss quite a while back, but he wasn't really a believer. But eventually, I got him to take the Seamoss. He's got a bald patch on his head. He's been growing hair again.
a what?
The bald, he's got a bald patch, so he's balding.
Yes.
So where he's been balding, he's been growing hair again
Nice.
because of the Seamoss as well, and because he.
Hello?
Yeah, so he had a mini stroke as well.
Oh no.
And I told him to start taking Seamoss. You never know what it's going to do for you. And since he started taking the Seamoss, he's gained strength on his left side, the left side of his body, and he's just been getting. It's been a slow process, but as time's gone on, he's just been getting stronger and stronger again. And I think the Seamoss has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, I believe that. I was at one point, and I gotta look now. It's not that so profound, but there was one point where I was putting the sea moss on my like the raw sea moss on my head, and I was noticing some growth that was starting off it. And yeah, and then another thing that my dad swears by is castor oil.
Okay.
Yeah, put some castor oil on your bald spot, and they'll whatchamacallit, they'll start growing. They'll start like hair will start growing, like on your head for sure. I don't know, but there's something about the sea moss that if I felt like once I put it in, it was like it was giving food to my forehead. Like as crazy as it sounds, because all these little hairs started popping up, and then I like how Homer has that 1-2 hairs where there was no hair. That's where and I'm just like what, and then now I'm thinking back, it's and that's the thing too. People gotta like not get so caught up in life and they lose these routines. Because I'm looking back now, I'm like shit, man. If I had just kept that thing, because I was doing it for like a week, and then I fell off. You know what I mean? And this was like maybe 6 months ago. But had I been doing it every day, you know what I mean? But it was hard because like life would get in the way because I was leaving it on for like a couple hours, and then I would do a video call and I would have forget to take the sea moss off my head. So people are like, "What's that on your fucking head?" And I'd be like, "Oh fuck, oh my." And if you get an important call, then you look crazy, And this was all during COVID because I wasn't going out a lot.
Seamoss is wonderful, man.
It is.
Doctor said he was right about Seamoss.
Yes.
And I feel like there's things that we don't even know about Seamoss as well. That we're yet to discover.
Yeah. Oh no. There's so much, and I mean there's also a lot of research that no one's really reading up on. You know what I mean? Like they're all listening to Dr. Sabi, but there's a lot of stuff on algae in general and how algae are good for what I mean, our health and our food system. I think there's a lot of foods that are made with algae that we don't even realize. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but yeah, man, it was good speaking to you today, man.
No problem.
Thank you very much for the conversation.
Yeah, for sure. If you even want to hang and just listen, I'm going to answer some of these questions from people on the live stream, and if you want to like interrupt or jump in with any more questions, like feel free. You know.
No problem, man.
Yeah. Cool.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Thank you.
No problem. So yeah, looking at some of these comments, I just want to say hi to Grenada. My mom is from Grenada, which is it's a beautiful island, the island of spice. Case closed said salt easily raises your blood pressure. That's why you have people on low sodium diet. Um, and another Facebook user said the Asian Oriental culture lives by it. That's true. There's a lot of people eating garceleria in a lot of these Asian countries, and they're eating it even like raw and like salads and stuff like that. And so, that's where a lot of, I think, the pool grown sea moss actually comes from. Is from, and I don't want to shit on these Asian countries and say like all pool grown sea moss comes from Asia, because that's not true, right? I've seen some people selling, especially in the Seamoss group, they're selling decent sea moss, good quality sea moss that's dried properly and are coming from good areas. I think the problem with the pool grown sea moss, even though it's not pool grown sea moss specifically, is that the sea moss is commercially grown and grown in a way to maximize growth, and they're not so much concerned about the nutritional value, and they're not drying it, so you're losing right away on the volume. If the sea moss is dry, I think it's relatively good, and most people are not growing it in pools. Although I have to be careful, because I did find evidence of pool grown sea moss. There's a company out in Nova Scotia that has developed their own strain of Condorus crispus, and so they're growing this like specific Condorus crispus that they developed. I forget the name of it. And actually, you know what? Let's just go on my screen here. I'll share it, and let's uh, let's talk about let's show this place. So it is, what was it? Seamoss, Nova Scotia, Irish Seamoss, Nova Scotia. Because I know the name of it. If I see the name right away. No, it's not Atlantic Goat. Irish Seamoss. What's it? Arcadia? We really should have tabbed this restaurants. Because I know the SEMA, they were marketing it towards restaurants. Is that it? Or maybe I'll do commercial CMOS ones. Maybe this is it. No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Although this is interesting to look at. Is this? No. Oh well, I can't find it. I can't remember where it is. So unfortunately, if I find it again, I'll look at my bookmarks when I get around to it, and if I find it, I'll show it. So yeah, there's good CMOS coming out of different countries, but the ones you want to avoid are the commercially grown ones, and the ones that are, haven't been dehydrated to the point where you're not getting, like this. I don't know how much this weighs. let's say it weighs like a few grams, the same equivalent of this weight would be, you know what I mean, like half the size. Like for example, the we were filling these bags, and we had two different types of sea moss from two different countries and stuff. I'm not going to name which countries or whatever, but because the one sea moss was drier than the other one, it actually filled the bag more. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. You know, even with, yeah, so you just got to be mindful of that. That to me is what you should be most concerned about, is whether or not the sea moss is dried. Because if it's not dried, then it's going to have a lot of it's going to have a high chance of having bacteria. It might have ammonia growing on it. I think that's where a lot of the people are seeing the uh, the smell. You know, they say they have a chlorine smell. That's where I think that comes from. You know. So Ria Baker asked the question: does your sea moss come off the reef, or is it actually grown? Not exactly sure what you mean by that, but the sea moss. The best way I could answer the question is the sea moss that we get it through either divers that harvest it off the ocean floor, whether it be on a rock, coral, or just even depressions in the sand. I was talking to a farmer today, or yesterday. Yeah, no, today, and he was just telling me there's just the ocean is giving up a lot of sea moss. There's sea moss just rolling everywhere, and so a lot of divers have been getting a lot of work. And but we also buy from farmed, which is what I would call. And I mean, people get this negative action about farming, right? It's I would say it's more cultivating. Really, all they do is take the sea moss that is from the wild and they attach it to a rope so it doesn't float away. But it's grown in the same environment, the same water conditions, the same areas pretty much as where the sea moss was, the source sea moss that they found. They don't have any laboratories where they're producing these seeds or anything like that, and then they're getting into the, you know, I mean, they're using it to grow the sea moss from that. There's no chemical nutrients added to this waters or anything to sort of, you know, increase the growth or whatever. These guys have been doing these stuff by hand, you know, manual labor for decades. Like CMOS started in like the 1980s and stuff like that. Or no, I mean, they started commercially growing the CMOS like this in the 80s. And in a second, I'll actually pull up a book that goes and talks about the CMOS farming and the techniques and the conditions that need to be met in order to grow certain CMOS or to grow the CMOS a certain quality. They don't just plant CMOS anywhere. They make sure it's in an area where the waters are clean and it's high in micronutrients. So I hope that answered your question. Let me know if you have a follow up question to that. Anne Marie Martin says, here in the corner, she says, I've been getting one bags monthly. What is the best way to store them? I have one bag that appears to have some mold. I don't want to stop my monthly orders, but don't want to waste money. So if you're talking CMOS from us, if you think you have some CMOS from us that has some mold, please get in touch with me. Show me a picture. I'd like to see it. Uh, it might not be mold on it because, for one, our CMOS is so dry, there's no way for mold to grow on it, right? What happens though is that I'll show you here because I had this situation happen to a buyer from us. There's green sea moss, right? And so the when you bleach the gold sea moss like this, there's sometimes green sea moss that was bleached to this. All right. When they do the make the gold sea moss, they take green sea moss, they take red sea moss, they take all kinds of sea moss and they put it in the sun and it goes white, like a white, right? So if there's some areas where the CMOS didn't get so white, it might have a little bit of green on it, like this, you know? And so that could be what you think is mold. It could also be the dirt, you know, that's on it. I would wash it and see how it looks, right? After you've sort of washed it and soaked it. And if you're getting a subscription from us, what you can do, if you've already had 3 orders, you can call me up and we'll pause the shipment, and then that way you can give it a little breathing room. Because I understand that sometimes people think, they estimate how much they're going to use, and through life, they're not eating as much sea moss as they want or whatever, right? So so I'm reading the comments as I'm talking, and so I'm getting a little kind of like, distracted. So yeah, so I would check that out. Now, to store the sea moth, I would store it in a cool, dry place in a breathable container, meaning you don't want something that's sealed. You want the sea moth to kind of have some air, so that if it does need to release some moisture or absorb some moisture, that it can without having any issues. Most of what causes sea moss to go off is it being in a situation where it will sweat, right? So I store my sea moss in glass mason jars. Yep, you can do that. No sea moss comes off the reefs. All reefs are federally protected as they were just about extinct from the harvesting of sea sponges years ago. Yes, I agree. And here's the thing, I want to just say this. There's some things that I might say that aren't fully inaccurate or fully accurate. uh, I just assume that I don't go out with the divers. I've gone out with a couple divers, and to be honest, we've never gotten it off the reefs. And in fact, we've never gone that far out. Right? We did get them off rocks. Mostly, we just got them off the floor of the ocean. Right? And so, as far as I know, it is protected, and you really, truth is, there's no difference from what I believe between wild-crafted sea moss and sea moss that's farmed. I've tried them both, and if I had to take a choice of which one I would prefer to sell, it would definitely be the farmed sea moss. And the reason being is because there's no difference between it and the sea moss that you're grabbing out of the ocean. It is in It's incredibly, it's super, it's not good for it. You know what I mean? A lot of times when we went with these divers, they were like, there was areas where there was just overgrowth, or areas where the sea moss had broken up from some places, and this is where they collected it, and they just kind of went deep down and dived it. So yeah, I gotta watch sometimes what I gotta say, because you don't want to get your words accidentally taken out of context, right? But yeah, technically there is a law, and I mean we need to get away. The only reason why people are swearing by sea moss, the wild crafts of sea moss, is because they've watched some videos, and what should we call it? They they, but no one I know of has really sat down and tried both sea mosses to see if there's a big difference. No, Julian Williams, it wasn't for you. It was for the young lady that asked the question about the sea moss from the reef. Okay. You got me scared. I thought, like, with the comment, like, they're freaking out on me because of what I said. Yeah, but I'm like, I still stand by my point, and that is that I believe it's better for the environment. If you care about the environment, you wouldn't touch wildcrafted sea moss. That's for sure. If you care about, because otherwise, you're basically saying you put yourself ahead of the world of Earth. You know what I mean? And for what? For a few extra vitamins, for a few extra potency. You know what I mean? Which you don't even have any proof that is. That's just all in your head. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, I've tested both, and that's my view. You know what I mean? Is that there is no difference, and so, and for the most part, my experience is that these guys selling the CMOS, they mix it all together. There's wildcrafted, there's stuff that they dived, there's stuff that they picked up, there's stuff that came from their farm. It's all CMOS. You know what I mean? I think what's most important is you have a good relationship with the person that you're getting the seed with. You know what I mean? It's kind of like buying weed. You want to know who your dealer is, like that, and that he cares about where he's getting his seed. Like, if you're not the guy getting it from the source, you want to trust that the guy you're getting it from either is, if he's getting it from the source, that he cares about where he's getting it from, or, you know what I mean? Like, the lineage is there. You know? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Case? Let me know if, Case, you want to join in on the video like you did last time. We had a great time with that. I can, And anybody that's watching in the group, guys, if you want to come in and ask them questions or speak to me live one on one, you know what I mean? I'm going to put the link again in the group here, in the chat here. Just click that link, and I'll add you on as a user, and we can wrap one on one about CMOS. Or you can listen to me ramble on about different stuff, or put questions in the comments here, or you can link up with me on Clubhouse. Just earlier, you heard me talking to a guy. I was talking to him on Clubhouse. He joined in for the conversation, which I thought was pretty cool. And so, yeah, if you don't want to be on camera, you can do that, or you can come on the live stream and you don't turn your camera on. I don't care. You know what I mean? So it's all good. All right. Yeah. So what should we talk about now? Hmm? I feel like we've been like all over the place. So I'm just messaging someone. I'm gonna pull up my questions because I did a post earlier on the Seamoss Buyers Club. I gotta put the volume here. And let me see. Oh, actually, look pretty cool. Gotta find where I put that post so I can answer. I see what I wrote because I made a list of all the things I was going to talk about. And so, well, let's talk about the Seamoss Buyers Club. That's my club here. Actually, let me share the screen, and I'll show it to you guys. This is a club that I made so that there was an opportunity for CMOS sellers from different countries to be able to find buyers and sell their CMOS. You know what I mean? So it pretty much has no rules except for you can't spam and you can't have what is it? You can't spam and you can't have inferior CMOS. So if I catch you with like bad CMOS or you're selling crappy, I'll which I haven't yet, which is great, you know. Or wait, before I get into the group, I hear a question from someone. They're talking about insurance coverage. Ugh, that's I would love someone who has some experience coverage if they're in the group to come on because to be honest, I don't have a lot of experience in that department, and so therefore I don't want to speak on it. Although I do believe that if you have the opportunity as a person who's making CMOS gels or CMOS products as a business, you should have some sort of plan in place whether you do it now or do it later, where you're going to incorporate the insurance into your business. I think it's vital as a growing business if you're serious about your business in order to scale, in order to get into stores and stuff like that. You need to have the right foundation and the systems in place to protect yourself if something were to go wrong. And while Canada is not, it's not so easy to sue someone in Canada. I know in the States, it seems like it's hella easy. And so, if you're an American company, I think that should be especially concerning, where you're looking into insurance. But I think what's easy is it's a matter of just calling up an insurance broker and having a conversation with them and saying, "Hey, this is what I'm looking to do. This is the product I have. It is a perishable product. I here's my game plan of how I keep this, my products clean and stuff like that. You should have a system in place if you're making gels on how you sanitize your products, how you keep your products clean, where you order it from. You know what I mean? And that's another reason why you as a consumer need to have a good relationship with the person that you're buying the gels from so that you know that these are the type of people that will sanitize all their cooking utensils before um, making this thing, that they're going to wash their hands, that they're not going to have dirty fingernails or something like that when they're they're making your product and shit. This is a serious thing that you're consuming in your body. So I do believe, and I think it was Tata that probably mentioned that, because I know we've had discussions about insurance. I do believe it's important that you do some research, even if it's like 2 hours of your time, into looking about, how you can incorporate insurance coverage into your business. So yeah, she said, I need coverage, and no company will cover me with it coming from random sellers out of the country without regular and federal companies overseeing them. That's true. That's a good point. You know what I mean? And that's important. I think though the industry is relatively new. We're growing, and so I do believe that over time, something like that will come about. There will be sort of like a place or a company that will be, how do you say it, like a central distribution point where people can count on the product being of a certain quality or standard. Now, hopefully that's a company that is going to have ethical ideas and procedures, and you know what I mean. Like, I don't know. My biggest fear is that this industry is going to grow to a point where companies like big pharma companies are going to come in and start trying to control and regulate the market because of their ability with their deep pockets to come in and set these standards up and stuff like that. And so it's my hopes that the St. Lucian Seamoss community, in particular, is able to grow and develop in such a way so that it's difficult for one company or two companies to come in and start trying to dominate the industry and turn a lot of these hardworking people that are living, they're making their own independent life, and turn them into employees. That would be devastating, or in my mind, devastating to the CMOS world in St. Lucia, or the CMOS industry in St. Lucia. These guys work hard, and to have them sort of regulated to, I just don't think it's going to happen. You know what I mean? But we got to be concerned with that. So, Facebook user, they want me to purchase from within the states. 2 weeks of calling back and forth, and no one come unless I don't be totally forthcoming about where it comes from. Yeah, I mean, there might be one way around that where you develop two companies, and I don't know how legal or ethical this is, but just like, how do you say it, on first thought of like, how do I solve this solution? If you developed a company that imported the CMOS in, and then your second company that you're getting insured bought off that company, you know what I mean? That might work, but it probably won't work if the how do you say it, if the first company needs to be registered or has some sort, needs to be have some kind of certification or something like that, which probably is the case. Like they have to be FDA approved or something like that for their facility. Hmm. Oh yeah, so keep that open. Let me. So yeah, let me share the screen now, and we could talk a little bit more about the insurance. It's hard for me to talk about the insurance because honestly, we have business insurance for our business, for people in the property and stuff like that in our warehouses. But because we don't really process the product, and we don't have any, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the product goes from the same state where it was to the packaging. We don't worry. Like, I know it's not going to go bad. It's not going to make anybody sick. You know what I mean? Because of the way we handle it. So we haven't really done too much of that insurance. Now, if I were to start making gel or products, that I was converting this in, then I would definitely see the need to get the insurance. But you know what? Now that we talked about it, I think you know what? I maybe I need to do a phone call. I should take my own advice. You know, I'll probably call someone tomorrow, send an email, and see like what can they do, because sometimes these things that we think are big issues, it's like when it comes down to it, it was like a $30 fee that we could have paid, and it would have protected us for whatever. You know what I'm saying? And that's something you gotta you know think about. You know what I mean for your business. So let's go on to the Seamoss Buyers Club. Check that out. Oh, then once you process it for consumption, it changes the dynamics. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you. So here is my video. So this is the CMOS Buyers Club. You know what I mean? I'm really excited to announce that we're now at 6,100 members. You know what I mean? And it's got a lot of great interaction and activity. And I believe that for the most part, everybody behaves pretty cordial and professional to each other. You know, we're even getting expanding into different products. That looks like mango leaves, and wow, these leaves look beautiful. Like, check that shit out. This is from Pauline. I think she's from Grenada.
Freshly picked, guys. Freshly picked.
Yeah, beautiful. So yeah, guys, make sure you get a chance to check these out and check some of these vendors out and what they're doing. You know, and if you see someone that has a product that you don't have, reach out to them and see if there's a way to collaborate. You know what I mean? Like there should be opportunities being created where people are how do you say it? They're like pooling their resources to get together. You know what I mean? And that should be something that like we should think about trying to do, or maybe if there's a way to implement it in the group. I don't know. I mean, I'm really open for this group to like for people to give ideas and stuff. This is Cosmo. Um, this is a really cool guy I met on Clubhouse talking, and he gets a lot of different herbs and stuff, and he's really big on the diet.
Parasites right here. Can't sleep, insomnia right here. Depression right here.
Right there. Look at that. I think that's
Wild crafty.
Wildcrafted Condorus Crispus.
Wild crafty. Right on. Cleanses.
Yeah. So yeah, there's different vendors, different products, herbs, you know, sea moss, you know, and this is cool. And just so people know, if you message me, I can download a lot of these stats and statistics, and I'm willing to share this with the group. You know what I mean? Whoever's in the group, if they want to know, like, you know what I mean, on this, you can see the growth, how much people are viewing, people are commenting every day, how much that's happened. Um, on the engagement here, I can download this and I could show you like all the comments, all the amount of posts and reaction in the last 20 days, the last 60 days. You know, I can tell you when the most popular day is, which is right now it's Tuesday. That's when the most posts are. And sometimes, like, um, you might not want to post on this day. You know what I mean? You might want to post on this Saturday because not as many people are posting. You know what I mean? You could look at this and see, but then again, here it says the number of times members post, comment, or react on a given day. So you might want the day where there's the most reactions. right? And then here you got on a Monday, the best time to post is the most popular time is at 10 a.m. On Tuesday, it's 12 p.m. Wednesday, it's 2 p.m. Friday, well, there's two popular times, 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. Friday, 7 p.m. You know what I mean? Saturday, 6 p.m. Sunday, 5 p.m. So even on Wednesday, what? It was 2 p.m. So this is, when's the 7 p.m.? That's what I started at time. See who's making the best post. What, 60 days? The Jing post was this one on November 3rd. Talked about them getting, I remember this post, the Chinatown for $6. Sorry, I need to laugh, but I thought it was funny that like everybody was just ripping, like, "Oh no, that's fake. That's not." But here's the thing: like, I'll pull up the post here. I don't believe that this sea moss is fake. Okay, I've seen sea moss like this when it's dry. What I do believe is that this sea moss wasn't dried properly, right? And so that's why it's thick. And so this, like, whatever size is, like this here, is the equivalent of like this dried. Do you know what I mean? Like if I said to rehydrate it a little bit, it would probably be that size. And so, you're obviously not getting the proper value for that stuff. You want it good and dried. That's my advice. The drier, the better. You know. So coming back to some of these questions, someone's having some audio issues. They'll join later. They're congratulating me on the group. Thank you so much. And Anne Marie says thanks for all answering my questions. I had a good, have a great evening. Thank you. You have a good evening too. And yeah, get back to the group here and the engagement. So you see, there's a lot of people viewing these posts, and so if there's one thing I got to say, if you're a seller in this group, make a post. Let people know you're out here. Build the trust. You know what I mean, so that people know who you are, and you're going to get sales from it. There's 6,000 people in the group. Okay, so there's probably about 4,500 people in the group. Maybe 1,000 or so are are bots, and those guys trying to sell herpes serums. Those guys just kill me. You know. Hey, what's up, Russell?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, I hear you good.
So we in here by ourselves tonight, huh?
Sorry?
I said we in here by ourselves tonight.
Yeah, but you know what it is? I'm on the Seamoss Buyers Club, and I'm doing the live stream there. I don't know if you want to get on the video, you do that, or you can still talk on this. But you like,
Oh, you in the club?
yeah. So I'm in the club. I'm also on YouTube. So I'm doing the live stream with my computer. But then I also kept the clubhouse because some people, they don't want to go on video, right? So how do you talk and let them in? Plus, it's such good interaction with the clubhouse. I like it a lot. So I was like, I saw Gary V doing it, so I was like, I'm gonna copy this.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna try to hop on the other side of it. I'm just sitting down about to have some dinner, but I'm gonna try to come.
Well, no, you can talk on this while you're having the dinner, and then come on that afterwards if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna give me a second.
Okay. So one person here just said, I'm definitely learning a lot of helpful information here. Julien Jean-Pierre, I took your advice about getting involved in a vendor fair pop-up, and it was amazing. And the final object blew my eye. Awesome. I'm so happy to hear that. You know what I mean? That's like the main reason why I'm doing these live streams and this stuff is just to share all the information that I have, and just to kind of serve the just to give back, to serve the community, right? CMOS has been really good to me. Fuck, dude, I don't even want to get emotional, but it's changed my life, like literally. It's changed my life. It's changed my partner's life. Um, I am so much happier now. I like operate at a frequency that I've never felt before. The manifestations that I do, like I think of things, and it's like it literally comes real. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy how often that stuff can happen. And I'm just like emotional guy like that, so I gotta, get the Kleenex. But yeah, like to hear that you did this and that it was beneficial to you. Like I said, this is part of the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. You know what I mean? And why I'm here at almost 9 p.m. doing a live stream when I could be like, I don't know, work's done for the day. You know what I mean? I'm not making. I don't have, not to say I don't. I want to be here. I love doing this. I love, you know what I mean. And like I said, I'm so happy that you got the benefit from it. So I just got a message um, from Kirby from Vegan Fiber. I almost said Divine Herbs. That was their old company. They rebranded, and he released a new book called Seamoss Ology. And so, if you really want to get passionate about CMOS and you're really interested in getting like a kickstart of information, if you find like some of the information that I talk about interesting, then I think that you should look into his book about getting it and helping it sort of, excuse me, kick off your journey and knowledge. All right. Checking it in from the dinner table. What's up, everybody? Who? I'm not sure who that is. I got to. I'm gonna post it again. Is the where is it here? There is a link that you click for to show up your name, because I think there's some privacy thing. So if anybody can use that link to, I'll leave it up there for a second, and they want to show their name, they can go to that and do it. I have a feeling that's who is that? That's Moth King, and I want to invite the link, post a link here for him to join in as a guest. I didn't know. I didn't know it was you. Yeah, so that was Kirby. He was having audio issues and couldn't come in. So hopefully he'll come back. Kirby's really good. Like I said, he's got the book, and him and his wife Shayna, and it's got a lot of great information. He's just very passionate about CMOS and the CMOS business. He's been running his business for a couple of years, and they're now getting into doing a lot of publishing and doing a lot of. So they've published a couple books. Like I think I just saw something about a recipe book that they're pushing or selling, and then yeah, I see that your name's not popping up. And let me see if I can put this link in the chat group. If you put this link here, it will ask you to give permission to have the name. But you should also click that link to. So this is the link to add in your name, right? But there's also a link for coming on as a guest. And so I recommend, which is this one. You come in and join me as a guest, and let's rap about CMOS. So this message here said, I have my first celebrity client who loved the refreshers. I'm trying to see if I can get them on set with the cast of Our Kind of People on Fox. Cool, cool. I'll be honest. I have no idea what you're talking about, because I don't watch TV at all. I don't think the only time I watch like TV shows is when my family has it on and I happen to be in the same room. But for the last maybe 5 6 years, I have not watched anything that was um, sort of like on live TV. Anything I watched was like something that I chose to watch, or you know what I mean, like mainly on YouTube, or it would be Netflix, or it would be there's this it's like this, how do you say it? There's this thing called Flixify. It's like this rogue. It's like a hidden. It's like a bootleg Netflix, and that thing is like ill. But anyways, getting back to what I was saying, I don't watch any TV. I only watch like documentaries and stuff, except for Rick and Morty. What other show that I watch a lot? Mainly Rick and Morty, and there was something. Oh, I liked Mr. Robot. That was an ill show. I was watching the Ozarks. The what is it? See, I haven't watched shows in a while. I mainly watch things that I learn from, and I watch a lot of the St. Lucian news pretty much every night before I go to bed. I see what was going on in St. Lucia on the news. So, but congratulations on your on getting your first client, your first celebrity client. You know what I mean? That's awesome. You know what I mean? That shows that you're pushing your product, and you know what I mean. You're getting it out there. Like I was talking earlier on the live stream. Um, the it This is like a numbers game. You know what I mean? Like the guy asked me like, how do you increase business, and how do you scale your industry? And it's like you just try and find new ways to get into as many people's faces as possible. Yeah, the CMOS group here is good and everything, but this should be this shouldn't be your only tool in the arsenal. You know what I mean? In fact, you should have like all the Facebook groups that you could possibly advertise on or promote your product on a spreadsheet. You should have every sort of YouTube channel that talks about CMOS that you can go on there and comment stuff. You know what I mean? So people can see your comments, and then they'll investigate you if they want. You're putting exposure out there. Another thing is Yahoo groups. I don't. Do they still have Yahoo groups? Um, if you could get Yahoo groups or Google groups, Google's had groups at one time. There's all this stuff. I would look into Reddit, see if you have a health community in your Reddit thing. Get on that and start, pushing your face out there so that people see you. Just find new ways to, like, I just thought of 5 new ways that I didn't even think about just by putting my mind to it, you know and yeah, you just get your name out there. So you put the link in the chat. Here's the link for the restream. Copy it. Copy link address. Oh, here, I can type it here. That's the Oh, it's not showing up in Facebook for some reason. Oh, there it goes. Yeah. Let me go back there. Oh, hey, what's up? What's going on, Matthew?
Not much. How are you today?
Not bad, not bad. Are you the same Matthew that messaged me about whether or not I deleted your posts or comments?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry about that. And
No problem.
yeah, cool, cool. So what's going on?
I just thought I would join the stream and see what's going on. Has anybody been asking questions, or am I late?
No, no, not a lot. Oh, there have been some questions. One of the things that we were just talking about. just pulling back up to the comments, was we were talking about pop-ups and how someone just got their first celebrity client on the cast of Our Kind of People, and I just like mentioned that I don't even know what is Our Kind of People. I'm assuming it's a black show. Is it? I should Google it before I even start talking. Our Kind of People, the drama series. Yes, Our Kind of People takes place on the inspirational world of Oak Plus on Martha's Vineyard. We're rich in black power, so it's a black TV show. Okay.
Cool.
That's cool that they're getting celebrities. CMOS is getting out there. People are starting to, catch wind of this. So it's exciting. Hopefully, they'll do more to, bring more attention to the industry, help grow it. You know,
Yeah.
yeah. So you sell CMOS, or what do you do in the CMOS industry?
So I sell Seamoss. Also have a store. We sell soap products as well. But
Cool.
Seamoss has been more profitable and more popular than the soap was.
Yeah. But was the CMOS soap you have? Was it CMOS soap, or was it just regular soap?
A combination. I have regular soap and also have Seamoss soap.
Cool. But you found that the CMOS is sort of taken off now,
Yeah,
more
for
than
sure.
the soap.
Absolutely.
Wicked, wicked. Nice. And so do you sell the gels, or do you tell me a little bit about your business?
So I only sell gels locally because I don't believe in shipping them out. I'm a chef, as you can. I have on my chef uniform, so
Yeah.
I deal with food and I kind of understand how food works. And I don't believe in shipping gels because I don't think it's safe personally. I think it should be made and consumed in person, but that's just my opinion. So I don't really sell gels except locally to people. But I sell a lot of dry sea moss, mostly on eBay. I have a website, but primarily on eBay.
Yeah, I noticed that you were selling on eBay, and so is there a lot of competition on eBay, or?
There is, but I think once you get a flow going, it's pretty consistent.
Hmm.
And there's different types. A lot of people are selling the like when I first got into CMOS, I purchased the stuff from Brooklyn from Market, and it was like the thick, moist stuff with a ton of salt on it, and that is mostly what sells on eBay. So I don't. I have St. Lucia CMOS, I have Canadian CMOS, I have Jamaican CMOS, so it kind of gives me a better market
Nice.
because I'm not competing with them.
Hmm. The product you have is how do you say it, vastly different than what they have there. And I'm sure if those that know CMOS, or if they've done CMOS, it's like, and they go there to sell it, they would kind of, how do you say it? Yours would stand out, like, okay, that's the guy with with the right CMOS. That's what I'm looking for.
I hope so.
Yeah,
Yes, I hope so.
that's awesome.
I've
That's
gotten
awesome.
some people who were used to that kind of CMOS, and it's a different price point, so they were expecting that CMOS. So I've had some people who were not, didn't get what they expect, and I try to stay away from them and deal with the people who are looking for the type that I have.
Hmm. Because that's the thing. You have different people who want different qualities, different. You know what I mean? You just got to show the value of your product and why you're selling it for the price that you are asking for it, which is, I think, fair,
Absolutely.
because the truth is, if they were to dry their CMOS to the consistency that you had, and then they were to weigh the same volume, you know what I mean? They would see that yours is probably of better quality, and you will get more CMOS even after it's dried. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like a
Yeah.
4 or 5 ratio. Look, like I've watched, like, what I mean, when I pull a package of like this, it's like you put the same weight of the CMOS in it, and it fills it up to like that. You know?
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So
And you
cool.
are you have a warehouse, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And how long have
Yes.
you been in the business?
So I personally have been in the business CMOS almost 2 years now. We're going on our second year. My business partner, and who's the St. Lucian, he's been in the industry for about 7 years, maybe going on 8. So he's known a lot. Since we started, just under 2 years, we've grown pretty quickly. And so we've gotten to this point now where we have the warehouse here, and then we have a location that we ship out of in Atlanta, Georgia. And I
Okay.
think that was one of the things that helped us grow quickly was our ability to sort of move the CMOS to here, North America, and then to resell it quickly through the shipping. And so that's given us quite an advantage. And because me and him as but like he's on the ground in St. Lucia and I'm here, he can act, how do you say it? Like we're very good at like sourcing the CMOS, and we can do a lot of quality control. Sometimes when you order from someone from St. Lucia, you have to take what they send you. It's not like you can ship
Hmm.
it back. So it's almost like he's an invested interest in making sure that what I send to him, what he sends to me is super quality because he makes money as much like we're splitting the profits 50-50.
Nice.
Yeah. So he's got a lot of invested interest in making sure that everything goes good.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah. So we do that, and we have a farm, but we have a lot of network of other farms and divers, and like all kinds of sellers we talk to, and yeah, I'm good. So when did you start? How did you get started in it?
I first started by purchasing CMOS for my own use, and as I bought from different vendors, I will realized there were different types and different qualities. So I basically just started from buying from different people to test and see what I wanted to consume myself. And then once I nailed that down, I started looking for buyers with different prices and better prices in different areas.
Hmm. Awesome. That's
And initially, I wasn't sure how it would sell, so I started on eBay, and it took off so much. I started my own website. It's been hard to drive people to the website, though. Most of my sales are on eBay.
wow. So are you running Shopify with your site, or what are you using to run your site?
I'm using Square.
Huh?
I'm using Square, a Square shop.
Oh, cool. Cool. I wonder if they have a. Do they have an integration with eBay? Because that was one of the things I noticed with Shopify. That's why I was mentioning it. You can actually get an integration where it will link to your eBay account, and so when you get the sales, it pulls it into your Shopify website, so you can manage the multiple channels in all the different places. Like I'm thinking, if you're on eBay, you should even try. Have you tried Etsy?
I'm on Etsy as well. Yes, that's where my
Yeah.
soap shop started initially. So I've
Yeah. So
incorporated some CMOS products into that shop.
soaps are good on things. Have you even thought about like since you got the soaps, have you tried like wholesaling the soaps like other people? Because I know there's a lot of vendors that want to sell the soaps, but getting and making their own soaps it's an investment, right? It's a lot of work.
I have a specific price point that I want to stick to, so wholesaling hasn't worked because most people want to go below that price point, and
Yeah,
I'm not really willing to do that.
that's fine, and that makes sense. You know, in some ways, it's better to kind of do that to like know where you want to be than to try and be that person for everybody, and then you're like all over the place chasing. You know what I mean? It's like you
Mhm.
develop your lane and you stick to it. You know what I mean? That's good. You know. Yeah.
So as far as sourcing, um, I currently have a supplier in St. Lucia, and I've been mostly happy. But um, what is your what are your offerings for wholesale in this? I know you said you're in Atlanta, so what are your offerings for wholesale? Is it posted on your website or?
Yeah, so we have a wholesale page on our website where we have the prices. We tend to do a lot more of like pricing on volume. Like to get the best price, it's better to kind of talk to me offline. Like, and then I'm saying this for
Mhm.
anybody watching.
I understand.
Just give me a shout, call me up, and let me know how much you're selling per month, like, and then we'll work on a price from there. Because for us, it's like once we know you're moving this sort of amount, we can amalgamate it to all our orders, and then we sort of put it in the loop as we're buying it. So now when we coordinate our purchases so that we make sure we get it at a price that can, what I mean, match the price that we need it at, if that makes sense. Yeah, and so it's like we do off volume, basically. The more
I
you
understand.
buy, the cheaper it is for us. You know what I mean? And so we usually tend to go by like the monthly basis. You know what I mean? And so yeah. So I'm willing to do that. But at the same time, like, let's talk, because really I'm not a big fan of taking business from one St. Lucian to another. Like, if
I
you're
understand.
happy with the guy and you're good, you know what I mean? Like, I would say stick with him. Maybe if you want, we can talk on ways how you can maybe go back to him, and like, if you need a better price, maybe I can show you some ideas and ways so that you can, so that you both can win. You know what I'm saying? Like, he can get more sales and stuff, and you can get a better price and stuff like that. So I'm willing to work with you and help you with that. And maybe even let me know who it is. I might know the person, and I can call them up and say, hey, Matthew's a cool guy. And because sometimes these guys, if you're not getting a good price, it could be something where, you know what I mean, you haven't developed a strong enough relationship with them for them to feel comfortable to give it to you for less. Or you did you ask them? Did you ask them, can you do better? Like, how much do I have to buy to get it to this price?
I think that's in my specific case. I generally buy 20, 40, 50 pounds because I don't have a lot of storage space available. So
Hmm.
I'm sure if I were able to buy 200 pounds or up, I would definitely have more options and a better pricing, and it has been offered. I just don't have the storage capacity at the moment.
Okay, I hear you. Well, yeah, let's talk offline, and we'll see some ways that we can work it out. Because, like, even with us, I know that if you know that you're going to commit to certain stuff, you can commit to that, and we'll just ship you the CMOS like every week, and you get it. Where are you located?
I'm in North Carolina, in Raleigh, Durham area.
Yeah, you probably get it in about 3 days from when you order it, and that might be an
Um,
advantage
and then, yeah.
because ordering from St. Lucia does take some time. You know what I mean? And if
Hmm.
you wanting to increase the speed of it, you know what I mean, and increase your volume, and you have limited space, that might be an option. But either way, let's talk offline, and I'll see how, first of all, how we could work out something so that you are, what you call, you're you can stay with the relationship with the current guy that you're with. You know what I mean? Like I said, for all you know, I could be buying CMOS off him, and it's a matter of him throwing on an extra few pounds onto our shipment
Hmm.
and working. So that's what I'm saying. I'm very flexible about it. So let's just talk, and we'll see what we can do. Yeah,
What have
because
you found?
sorry, go ahead.
No, you finished. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I wasn't talking. Go ahead.
What have you found as one of the better ways to drive sales or new sales? Because I get repeat sales, but looking for new sales, what is the best method? I've tried Facebook not consistently, and I've tried Instagram and ads, and I feel like I didn't get any sales from it. I just spent money for nothing.
Yeah, the main problem that you are getting issues with the Instagram and the Facebook is probably because you use something like the boost the sales or something like that, right?
Hmm.
Yeah. That's the worst way to spend the money on Instagram or Facebook. That's where you just threw your money away. You need to get into the ads manager, right? And that's on the back end of the Facebook. You connect it to your Instagram, right? And so through the ad manager, it allows you to create custom audiences, right? And those audiences is what you're going to need to know or have so that you can create retargeting ads or even just cold ads that you feel, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm talking about, cold ads, basically cold audience ads. That's what I meant to say. So with that, and so when you get the ad manager, you can pull out your customer list from Instagram, or sorry, from eBay or whatever your sales, you can put that into the ads manager as a custom audience. And now what they'll do is pull all the emails from either Instagram, like if that email has an Instagram or Facebook account, they'll pull the data from that and use that to either market to those specific people directly or to create custom lookalike audiences based on the demographics and metrics of those people, the customers that you've already reloaded. All right. So those are the kind of things that's where the power is in this Facebook advertising. And then when you create ads in Facebook, and I recommend you watch a couple of YouTubes on creating Facebook content, like Facebook ads, and then also retargeting ads. You know what I mean? Because the strategies that I've used that have been successful is when I put out like a very simple cold ad, something that kind of defines whether or not that person has an interest in CMOS or not. And then I get that person into an audience, and then I start sending messages to them, right? More videos about who St. Lucian Seamoss Company is, just random videos, not so much selling CMOS as yet. And then those people, I send them to my site, and when they go to my site, they get picked up by the Facebook pixel again to retarget them. But then also, if they create like an abandoned cart or something, I use an app called Calavio. And so I don't know if Calavio works with Square or if it works with eBay. But if you can get to that, I think it should work with eBay. But Calavio is an app. It's a content relationship manager that's like literally on steroids, and it will allow you to create these operation flows that will send out prescripted messages to your buyers and sellers. You know what I mean? And so you could create something like an abandoned cart flow where you're sending information about your business to them to sort of nurture them back into buying a sale. Either like like how I does I first start with a bunch of series of information about who my company is, what makes us different, what features we offer, like money back guarantee, this and that. And then in the end I hit them with a coupon saying, oh well, if all these reasons didn't get you to buy between then, it was price that was the problem. Here's the price, get it and reduce it. And if they come back and if they take that coupon and never come back, then at least I made a sale. But more than likely, those people will just stick in my database, and anytime I have a sale, they'll pull out. So I even use that strategy to keep those people in my loop, so that when I need to make some money, I just shoot out a message, and then all those people that have been waiting for me to have a sale bite at it. Yeah. So that's what I do. So I use the Clavio and I use the Instagram. And so yeah, you have the cold ads. Yeah. Do you have any questions about it? I know I just rambled on a whole bunch of shit.
No, I've used targeted ads, but not the Klaviyo app. And I also have the abandoned cart thing on eBay, but
Uh,
I haven't gotten any takers on it.
you would have to look at how you're structuring the conversion, because I think with mine the conversion is well, hang on, I could probably pull it up. Let me log in first before I share my screen, and then I'll show you what my conversion rates are on that flow, and I'll show you what the Clavio does on the flow tab. Clavio. So this is the Clavio screen here. I'm in the section with the flows, and so this is my abandoned cart flow, and then I can show the statistics here. And so this is for the last 30 days, right? So they come in and checkout started. I wait an hour and a half, and I find out if the person has spent less than $350, right? If they spent less than $300, I send them this message. It looks like you left something behind, right? Let's preview that message. This is the message, right? It goes, we know how life busy can get. That's why we, oh, hold on. Let me make sure you can see that. You know what? You can't see that. Let me just let me reshare the screen here, because if I switch the tab, it I just noticed it changes the view. You can see that now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is it. So looks like he left something behind. And then I go, do you have
Mm-hmm.
questions how to consume semen or how to make it? Here's a video on how to make it. Would you like to see some amazing benefits of taking CMOS? Here's the top 10 benefits. You want to learn more about CMOS? Then I put our social links, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. And then I say, see what saying about St. Lucian Company. Amazing product. Best see, what I mean? I put all these reviews, and then at the end, there's the link to return to your cart. And then I also say, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact our support team. You can call us directly, and then I put the phone number there. I think it's imperative for every company to make sure that they have some sort of contact information for people to get back to you. That's vital, or else the trust is lost in a sense, you know.
Yeah.
So, can I change that? No, I'll close that and get back to stop that, and I'll go back to the Clavio. So, where is it? Just sharing the screen here. I'm gonna figure out a way to do this easier. So then it waits 20 hours, and right now it's skipped 144 people. It's delivered to this many people. I wonder. I'd have to look, I think, in the analytics to see how many people. Well, here, actually, I can do this. Let's quickly jump from this to my. Is it analytics? Yes. No, sorry. It's campaigns. No, dashboard. And it's analytics on the dashboard. And it will show me the. So this is my revenue based on the flow per email type. So I don't know if it says the open rate. Uh, Here it is. A revenue attributed to the flow. So on October 14th, I did $1,400 in sales, 1,047 on abandoned carts flow. This one I did 53. This one I did 39 in sales. This abandoned cart did on November 14th for $432 worth of sales. So there's the I guess the power of having the abandoned cart flow
Yeah.
through that. And so that's and if you want like offline, because I don't want to show too much here, like because like there's a lot of people watching these streams, and who knows watching it afterwards. But I'll show you more of what I do in Clavio and how it works and stuff like that, and sort of like the statistics, like in private. But did you have any other questions or?
So how have you found, what's the best way to transfer the shipping cost? Because
Oh,
for me, shipping cost has increased by about $1 per package. So what's the best way to transfer that cost? Do people mind if you increase your prices in your experience, or is it better to, how do you approach that?
so that's a good question. If it was something like a doll, it depends on, I guess, how much the margins were. But for the most part, I would try to eat it, or I would find new ways to save the money. How are you shipping right now? What are you using to ship?
Generally, I use USPS, and I've researched it through Pirate Ship, and that's the cheapest method available currently.
That's what I was going to recommend to you. I was like, I was checking to see if you're using Pirate because I was like, oh, please tell me you're not using Pirate Ship because then you can save so. That is literally the cheapest in North America. Maybe look at your packaging, see if there's a way to save money on the packaging or the size of the way it's packaged. You know what I mean? That might be an option. But you know what? If there's, how do I say it? If there's no other options but to increase the price, then I would increase the price and I would explain to them why I need to increase the price and show them that this is pretty much temporarily. Like the moment the prices go down, then we'll reduce our prices, which I think you should. Yeah, if you're increasing the prices because the shipping has gone up and the shipping ends up going down later on, then you should adjust your prices accordingly. You know. But really, truly, like every business should have actually inflation on their prices so that one, there's like a little bit of a wiggle room so that if you need to like drop a sale or you need to like absorb a higher cost, that it's not so much of a fluctuation. You know, there's that, or change the size of the thing, sell 3.5 ounces instead of 4 ounces.
Yeah, I generally like to offer free shipping. I feel like that's a large draw for people.
Yeah,
So I just noticed that shipping has increased per package at an average of about 85 cents per package. So that adds up over time. So
yeah,
I don't want
totally.
to increase my prices, but it does add up.
Yeah. I mean, at 85 cents, I would try to increase it or, you know, yeah, do a survey. Ask a few of your customers, would you, because here's the thing, like the market is changing so much that even my opinion could be obsolete by the time, you know what I mean, by a certain time. So it's almost like, and I mean, I don't know who your customers are. I don't know what your market is. You know what I mean? They know who they are. They know, because for all I know, they're willing to absorb it. They'd be like, fuck, we'll pay $5 more for your shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's some customers that I have that to me, I know they don't care about the price. What they care about is making sure that I have it on time, that they can call me when they need it. You know what I mean? And they'll never ask me, oh, do you have any sales or anything? Because to them, it's like, you know what? I want the service. You know what I mean? And they're comfortable. They can call me at 11 o'clock at night and call me, order CMOS, and I'll have it shipped out the next morning. Do you know what I mean? So,
So,
and that's why in some ways my price isn't always the cheapest price, and I'm not trying to be that, because I know that the price that I'm trying to be is that I guarantee I'll always have CMOS, and I'll guarantee I always have quality, and I guarantee I'll always be available, with usually a couple hours notice. Like, I can't be always available, but you know yeah, that's my kind of service, and you can't do that at rock bottom price. It's impossible. Yeah. Yeah. Even with us, we tend to pay higher than other exporters for our CMOS so that we can ensure that we always have CMOS and that we always have a certain level of quality CMOS. You know what I mean? So we have to do.
do you use a private courier, or do you guys have your own shipping set up, or have you found a better shipping service available from St. Lucia? Is there one that you
We,
found works better?
we use a Amerijet.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the cheapest one that we found. Now, I
hmm
think there's ways to probably save the money if we played around with the boxes and the weights and stuff like that. There's this thing called dimensional weight, and I got to spend some more time researching it more. I remember it years ago because I used to be in drop shipping back in like 2000, 2001, or even like 1999, like back when drop shipping wasn't like, no one knew what that was, you know what I mean? And so I remember when we were shipping stuff, it came down to like the box sizes to kind of ship, you know what I mean? And like a couple inches on a pound or something, like we would stuff as much shit as we could in there just to save the weight on the dimensional. So yeah, I would do some research on that to save costs on your shipping.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you thought about doing Amazon?
I have, but I have a full-time job that's pretty demanding, so I don't really know if I have the time to do Amazon.
Oh, cool. Are you reading the comments? How do I get rid of this guy? Oh, here he's block user on YouTube. I was like, it was only a matter of time before one of these spam bot guys came in. It's like Nazi party. What the hell is that?
Wow.
Yeah, blocked. So,
Okay, well, I appreciate your time. I'm gonna head out.
hey, no problem, man. No problem.
Thanks
Thank
a
you
lot.
for coming
You have
in,
a good
and
night.
you too. Thanks for coming and joining and asking these questions. I think a lot of people got value from the stuff that we were talking about. So,
I
thank
hope
you.
so. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. You have a good night.
you too, man. Take care. Awesome, awesome. That was really nice. Yes, I can see your comment, Facebook user. And someone asked me, what's the cost to do that with the cold ads? So, what I was doing with the cold ads, I was running the ads. I think they were like maybe $5 or $10 a day in the beginning. Those are the cold ones, and I would do them basically. Um, you want to you want to go for traffic, and you want to get the lowest cost per click for this. Like when they click the links, you want to bid on them. There's ways in Facebook Manager to change the cost per bid on the particular items, and so I would go for the lowest cost, and then I would turn around and I think each link to our website was like 20 cents or 30 cents. And so when you spend about $5 or $10, you get enough um, traffic to the site, and then that you collect the data from that. And so yeah, $5 $10. Um, I wouldn't be afraid to spend a little bit more, even $25. But before you even start on doing the advertising, what you need to do, and I think this really helped me out with doing the Facebook ads, is you need to learn and understand what ROAS means, which is ROAS. It stands for return on ad spend. And so you need to calculate your ROAS for your product, which basically means like you need to know how much money you need to make, or how much money you can spend on an ad before you're losing money on that ad per sale, right? And so ideally, if you spend $1 of advertising, you want to get, say, $3 in revenue, right? So that you can then pay for more advertising. And so it's crucial to have this number in mind, or as a target that you need to hit, so that you understand how effective your advertising is actually getting. Because when you link it to the Facebook, you'll link these through the Facebook manager, you'll link it up to your site, so that when there is a option of it gets registered in your Facebook account, and then they can calculate this mathematical equation, which is basically, like I said, the return on ad spend. Hey, what's up, Moss King? Thanks for joining us. Um, I'm going to put the link here, see if you can come in on the video chat. And here's the thing, too, guys. There's more than one people. Like, I can have to 10 video guests online. So we can do like a whole party room right now if I wanted to. So, like, the 4 people that are watching, if you all want to click the link, we can all get in on a group chat and go from there if you wanted to. What do you guys think of the video? Do I look nice in this? Because I'm using a bright light. It's fucking shining in my eyes, and so the last video I had, I felt like it was so grainy and the video quality wasn't good. So yeah, he is like, let me let me change it up a little, and you know change it up, and do a video, like make it look good. Yeah, and now I'm gonna put my full name in here, because Julien just seems a little small. Julien Jean-Pierre. There we go. Thank you. Someone says here I look great. I appreciate that.
Um, oh, and guys, like, make sure you follow me on Instagram at St. Lucian Seamoss. If you don't already, try St. Lucian Seamoss on Facebook. You can subscribe to us on YouTube. Just search for St. Lucian Seamoss Company. Um, there's also Kirby. I don't know if he's around watching, but if you ever want to get some information on like lifestyle, like healthy lifestyle and stuff like that, I recommend you check out Vegan Electric. And don't forget about my TikTok. Yes, I'm gonna put that here. You can follow me on TikTok at the Seamoss Monk. That was a nickname I got from my buddy Raul in St. Lucia, and he called me the Seamoss Monk because I had like I would always shave my head, and I had this like look at me like I was this monk guy, and I was always reading books and checking websites and information on Seamoss. I was like a total bookworm on that aspect. So yeah, dude, it's not the link is not working for you. That sucks. Let me see if I can copy the link and send it to you somewhere else. I'll send it to you by WhatsApp. Or maybe that was you, Kirby, that was trying to get the link. Send it to Kenya. And I sent it to Brian. Mhm. I don't think um, I gotta put names under these messages so I know who I'm talking to. Uh, how about Messenger? Let me see if I can go in the group again and see what they have in here. I don't understand how I just like clicked it. It works. Who you are, and you're going to get sales from it. There's 6,000 people in the group. Okay, so there's probably about 4,500 people in the group. Maybe it's I sometimes like watching myself on these videos. Like after I do the videos, I'll go like review them or whatever, and some of the shit I say is so funny. Like at the time, I don't realize like what I'm saying. Oh yes, he's there, my boy. Review them or whatever, and some of the shit I say is so funny. You gotta turn my video off. You can't watch what I'm saying. Oh yes, he's there. My boy. You never ever You gotta turn my video off. You can't watch what I'm saying. Oh yes, he's there. My boy. You never You gotta turn my video off. You can't watch what I'm saying. Oh yes, he's there. I had to turn your mic off for a minute because it's gonna do a lot of feedback otherwise.
Yeah, it's going.
You have windows open. You have to close those.
Wait a minute.
I had to turn your mic off for a minute because it's gonna do a lot of feedback otherwise.
Wait a minute.
You have windows open. You have to close those. I'm gonna pause them for a second, just because I want to cut the feedback off.
Is that better?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can I
Yeah,
hear you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I had to shut the Facebook down.
Yeah, because I think you can't work at the same time, or else it does like an infinite loop.
Yeah, a lot of reverb.
Yeah. So what's going on, bro?
Man, long day at work. Now I'm just trying to tap in and see what's going on in here before it get too late.
I know, eh?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Work, 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 work. You know,
yeah. The
but
business, man. The business. You
but
know.
that's why you gotta love it. You know what I mean? So it's not so much hard work. You know?
Yeah. I mean, just trying to tap in. It's so many different parts to this thing, man. You know. I mean, you really gotta have time to invest in all the different angles of it. Cause if not, it's gonna be a slow grind. You know,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a slow grind. So I'm trying to take some notes, but at the same time, it's a lot, man. It's a
I
lot.
hear you. Well,
It's
what
a lot.
challenges? What are some of your biggest challenges that you're facing, or you feel that you're facing?
Uh, Probably advertising and then just pricing overall because you know, I mean, you know what it is, and me trying to be fair and look out, but at the same time, not trying to set a standard where people only sitting in the cut and waiting for me to offer sales before I do business. I'm not trying to cut my hands and my feet off. You know, um, just to be dealing with those type of clients. I do have, a decent amount of clients that pay the fair price, the fair
Hmm.
regular price. But then I got some that's just they just sit and they wait and they just hop from person to person. And I think some of them they don't know that like we all talk back and forth, you know. So it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, then they'll just come through and they like, hey, you got the sale going on. Like, I know you got great sea moss. And I'm like, yeah, I always have great sea moss. But you only telling me that when I say I have a sale going on, then you pop up, because I'm charging something different. I'm trying to, well, I'm ready to break that habit of doing that, you know.
Well, one thing too you might think about is don't just offer a straight up sale. Like structure the sale in such a way so that you benefit from it. So it's almost like, okay, yeah, you could get a deal, but you need to buy two pounds now instead of 3 pounds. Like I
Right.
have this one deal, buy two get one free. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like, if you're going to buy if you're going to get the deal, you're going to get, you're going to move some volume for me. And that's where I'm saving the money because now I'm saving on shipping because, I'm shipping more in that shipment. And there's certain costs that are fixed, right? And so I'm saving there. And
Mm-hmm.
plus, I can go back to people and negotiate a better price because I'm buying more CMOS or I'm buying more CMOS often, more often. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because they need to have consistent money that's steady too, right? So
Right.
that's how it kind of helps me out.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's
Yeah.
what made me do more volume.
Yeah, part of it too is like, I'm not just in it for the money. So I'm always thinking about it from, a wellness perspective and, just trying to get the CMOS out there to people because some people genuinely, you know, um, just don't have um, the resources that they may
Hmm.
need to get started or, as far as them trying to start their own little business or, even if it's for their family for, wellness reasons or whatever. So, I think about that sometimes, probably more often than not. I'm just trying to figure out how conducive it is um, to my business, though, to have that mindset, because it's like at some point you got to, buckle all the way down and think about what you got going on in your own house. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree.
because people don't care. Some of the conversations I be having with clients is just hilarious, man.
Hmm.
Hilarious. And I'm an old school hustler, you know, and people be talking to me like I'm 10 years old and I don't have no life experience. And, it's time absorbing too, to be going back and forth with people, And I'm like, I'm not that pressed for a sale. I'm not going to sit here and just, you know, listen to this nonsense, but for a few minutes, you know. So just trying to find a balance with like pricing. And what was that you was talking about as far as the shipping? Like I heard of pirate shipping and stuff like that, but like what are some of the ways that you found work best with regards to shipping? Or does it really depend on um the volume of CMOS that you shipping out?
Well, pirate ship was probably the cheapest that I have, and I got Kirby here. I'm going to bring him in and join in the conversation because he might have some ways of how he's saved up on shipping and stuff like that. Ask him. But
Okay.
hey, Kirby, what's up, bro?
What's going on, young kings, man? What's going on? How y'all doing?
What's up,
Good,
Kurt?
good.
What's going on?
I'm sorry, I got to mess around with the screens a little bit to see how to best set us up. I'm all new to this. Yeah. So,
Got made
Kirby,
work right there.
Mosking had a question earlier about just now before you popped in about the not advertising, shipping. Have you found any unique ways to save on shipping or anything?
Yeah, so it all depends on like who's your housing, who you house your website with, like whether that's Shopify, whether that's GoDaddy, whatever else out there. Me personally, I use Shopify, and I've upgraded my membership with them to like the premium memberships where they give like a lot more incentives. So you pay of course more a month, but you get different thresholds, you get different shipping uh percentages off. It's a big difference. So
Are
just by
you
doing that, huh?
sorry to interrupt you? Are you only doing the shipping from within Shopify?
Well, I know we talked about pirates. I still gonna look into that. I just,
How to do pirate
time.
ship
I ain't,
though?
time consuming wise. I just need to take the right time to, what I'm saying, like just sit down and absorb the information. But
Hmm.
before I had heard about pirates, that's what I recently did earlier this year, was just upgrade my plan with them. Another thing is just all depends on like you go through UPS, man, like how you source your boxes through them, because one thing about USPS, they give you the boxes, so you save money with boxing, but cutting off that other cost can make a big difference too, with like your memberships or whoever you may use. That's some of the things that I've done, and of course, like if I go to other places, I've done a good job at weight, understanding like how I want to ship things. Some things I'm able to ship in like the 2-day envelopes. I don't know what products you have, but some of my products I'm able to ship in like the 2-day envelope, so that saves money. Certain things, it's all depends on just knowing how you want to, like, I would say sell your product, because sometimes it's just better if you sell some things in bulk or some type of incentive where that shipping, when you do take place with certain shipping, it just it's more value to the customer. Like, hey, they're getting a bulk deal. So I would say alternate your products, or not, just your quantity of things maybe, and
Mm.
just go from there. Just look at different ways that you can like maximize that
Upselling.
exposure to them.
Hmm.
One of the things you were saying earlier, Julian, for which I wanted to bring a light on, was for when people was watching, like an easy way to break down what you were saying. It was like, I think it was explaining how you was generating sales, and like how, so some of the things people can look at is this simple form of sales funnels. If you just kind of want to go on YouTube, what you was describing earlier was what I would say is a sales funnel, where people have like those abandoned cart things, or like a funnel where it gives them opportunity to upsell, or just other things. So one of the things that you can get familiar with, for anybody watching, I would recommend is sales funnels. Understanding how to maximize click pages, um, you know, pages to redirect them to certain information as well.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One person had a question here. Sorry, just before you go on, says, "Is pirate ship only through USPS? Because I use UPS for my gels and refreshers to keep the product, the and refreshers to keep the freshness of my product." So, my experience with the pirate ship is that they mainly do USPS, but they just started adding UPS to it. And Kirby, dude, you have to like the prices that you're getting by at Shopify will be cut in half with
Wow.
pirate.
Yeah. I'm
That's
gonna
how
have to check
huge
out. Yeah.
it is. And
Yeah.
like,
I'm
because
gonna
I
check it
seen
out.
like the shipping envelopes, the ones you put in the envelopes, you can get as low as like $2-3. I saw.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
for the
Mm.
shipping. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta look into that. But I buy my boxes from Uline, and I right now I'm only using like two size boxes because even the boxes that I bought to ship out, and I still do, like a pound, like I can actually fit like 3 pounds of sea moss in that smaller box, so outside of like shipping to the West Coast, I can normally ship like 3 pounds for under $14. So it might be anywhere from like 12 to like $14 for shipping. But if it's a cheaper way for me
Hmm.
to do it, then I want to get on top of that.
Hmm. And because you're including shipping in your prices, right?
No, I actually don't. The I right now the customers pay the shipping, but
Hmm.
my prices, and they're not complaining about that because my prices are they're set at a pretty good space.
Hmm.
But and that's like sale prices, but even like my regular prices are still good prices. And if I offered free shipping with that, you know, I still would make a profit, but I just don't know if it still would be. And that's probably one of the things that once we get a chance to Zoom conference again, I
Hmm.
can work through with you because I don't know if uh if I'm scaling it right.
I would.
I
Yeah. Sorry to cut you off, but one of the things I would even look at is see if there's a better, like Uline is kind of expensive. You know what I mean? They're expensive because they're convenient and they're easy to order from and stuff like that. But if you
mm,
do a little bit more research, you might find better sized boxes and options and costs. You know what I mean? And then
mm,
you buy the boxes in bulk, and that will help with the scaling. Like for example, the do I have one handy here? No,
well,
I
I
don't.
do buy them in bulk though. That's the thing. I'm not buying just like a few boxes. Like,
No.
yeah, I do buy them in bulk. Not to discount what you're saying, because it may be another company that offer the same boxes at
Less.
a cheaper price. I just don't know what that company is. I haven't found it, but I haven't been looking either, honestly. So
Hmm. But it even could be offering like multiple size boxes. Like you said before, you had one box where you could fit up to three pounds. You might
mm,
want to do some experimenting to see, if I'm only shipping 1 pound and I get a box a third of that size, does like how much shipping am I actually saving? You might see
right.
that you're saving some. You might see that you're not. Because I think with me, when I'm shipping, it's like the same price up to 3 or 4 pounds
Mm,
regardless of as long as the box is not bigger than 12 by 12 by 6, anything below that, there's almost like a minimum price. It doesn't go any less than that.
right.
So
See, these boxes. This is the smallest box, and this is a 16 by 16 by 8.
wow, that's the smallest box you use.
Yeah, I've been saying I need to get like a smaller box. But it's like once you fold it up, it's actually not really like a big box. But I get the point that you're saying too, though. I definitely need to go down in size on this
Yeah,
box because it would save me some.
definitely. Or I'm just going to look for them now. I was using these pretty successfully for a while. These are the poly mailer bags.
Okay.
And so I'm pretty sure Uline might sell these. These were good because I just threw in the pound, or if it was something like this, I would throw it in the bag, and then I would wrap the bag to the size like this, and then I would measure, like say I fold it to that, and then I would measure this, this 1 inch thick, and then so I could fit up to I think 4 pounds in this bag, like four one giant 1 pound bags, and so these were cheap. They're like 50 cents or something. I don't even know. And so that might be an option to save on the shipping.
But you don't you wouldn't ship 1 pound in that bag, right?
Yeah, yeah. I would ship 1 pound, or even like I might throw. Say these are two 8 ounce bags. I
Mm-hmm.
could throw them in here. They're poly mailer bags. Someone just asked me what the name of the bags was. And so I'm just going to bring my broad screen so that it shows it better. So I would do like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I would even maybe squeeze them together like this. Wrap it. And then this has like a sticker thing.
Right.
And then that's the bag. Dude, you're 16 by 16 by 8. I would fit like 20 pounds. Like that box is massive.
But it does. Well, it don't look to me. It don't look massive like when I fold it up. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't. It's
What do
really
you
not
mean you
that.
fold it up? You fold the box up? What do you mean?
Well, right now it's look. So now it's not folded because I buy them in bulk, right? So they come in a
Yeah.
stack.
But
But
what I'm saying is when you open the box and fill the stuff in,
mm,
you can fill, it takes a lot of space. Like that's probably the reason why you're getting
but look,
the seam.
so let me try to fold it.
I'm gonna grab some of the boxes I use to
So
give you an
look,
example.
you see, this is not really a big. It's not a big box
What was the size? 16 by 16 by 10
by 8.
by 8. Okay, maybe, but hang on, I'll show you some of the box sizes.
Oh, Kirby, what's like the smallest weight that you ship out though?
I mean 2 ounce. I got 2 ounces quantity of Seamoss.
Okay.
I got
Okay.
8 ounces. I got wholesale prices. Um, it just depends on how the customer order. Some things, like I said, sometimes the mail. Like I got size because I ship a lot with USPS. I keep everything down from envelope mailers all the way down to the size of big boxes, like the size
Right.
that you have or bigger. You
Right.
know, yeah.
Like, see, I have these are 3 boxes here. So this
Okay.
box here is what I use. And here, I'm just gonna make the screen a little bigger so you can see. So this is my this is a 4. This is a 6 by 4 by 6 size. And so these ones I put in my 2 ounces and 4 ounce bags.
Okay.
If there's up to 2 or 3, I'll throw into here. And so that's that box, right?
Okay.
Then for 1 pound, I have a 12 by 6 by 4 box. And so that's this box here.
Wait a minute. Hold it up. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And so this fits a 1 pound bag. So one of these, the large pounds, it puts 1 pound. I fit that in. Or like 2 8 ounce bags or something like that.
And
Then I
what
have
size is
another,
that box?
huh?
What size is that box?
That's a 12 by 6 by 4.
12 by 6 by 4.
Yeah, so it's 12 wide, 12 long, 6 wide, and then 4 deep. And then I get these all from Staples. and then and I really should shop for like I know that there's places cheaper than Staples, you know what I mean? But I was more kind of figuring out what box sizes I need before I really kind of like found a company that I can like establish a long term thing with. So they make this in 4, and then they also make one in 6 height. And so the 6 height would probably come out to about here, close. And then I could fit 2 pounds in that. All right. Then I have a 12 by 12 by 4 box. And so when I get to this level, I tend to put just the raw sea moss in here. So I'll line this with a bag, and then I'll put it. This is what I'll put under 5 pounds. So 5 pounds gold, 5 pounds purple, 5 thing would go in a box like this. And then this is my 12 by 12 by 6, which is like 2 inches bigger than that. And then this was what I would try to fit 10 pounds colored, or 10 pounds, yeah, anything colored, green, purple, because you know the colors tend to be softer. And then depending on how dry the sea moss, you could fit anywhere between 5 to 10 pounds in this box.
And what
And then
size is that?
that's a 12 by 12 by 6. Now, mind you, when I put these CMOS in, I compress it. Like I put a board and I kind of squish it in. Like if you get CMOS from me, you'll see that it comes into a compressed state because I'm trying to, use up as much volume as possible in order to save the money ultimately on the shipping for everybody. That's why, like I am able to ship for the
And
prices.
that was a 12 by 12 by 6, right?
Yeah, and so I'll put that under 10 pounds. And then I also have been testing out a few other size boxes. Like I have an 8 by 8. I have a 10 by 10. Um, this is another one that I use quite often. It's a 18 by 12 by 12. But what's cool with Staples, right, is you can order what's called a very size box. And
Mm-hmm.
so this box is actually, it can either be, I think you can see that here. It's 18 by 18 by 12, but if you want, you can cut the box down and make it 18 by 12 by 8. So depending on the size of the CMOS, I can actually make the box smaller so that it fits the volume. So
Yeah,
it's
because
essentially
like
like box sizes in one.
because the purple and the multicolors, they're heavier than the gold.
Yeah, you're going to be able to fit more of
More of
that
that.
stuff in gold.
Yeah, yeah. The gold
Yep.
takes up a lot of space because it's so light.
Yeah, it's light and it's also hard to kind of compress because as you push it down, it's so stiff that like the the colored sea moss tend to be a little bit more white and it compresses better. Like
Yeah, and that's why
it's more pliable.
I've been using the vacuum sealer because I can shrink the bags down and fit them better, into the boxes. And I actually love vacuum sealing my sea moss because it really does um, give you more room to work with. You
I
know,
think if you're vacuum sealing, sorry to cut you off, but you should be looking at these mailers
yeah.
because if you're vacuum sealing and Kirby, you vacuum seal yours too, right? Or sometimes you
Yeah,
do.
yeah, it
You
all
it,
depends on the order size, you know.
Yeah. So then you can get them almost like a pancake, and then you
Hmm.
can
Hmm.
throw this in there, or you can put it in like a ball and wrap it up like that. So I'd look at these. You'd probably save a lot of money on these poly mailers.
Yeah. Then they have poly mailers too. I just
Yeah.
didn't know that if you if you folded the bag and rolled it over like like that, like where would the shipping label go, and that changes the dynamic of
Right here.
okay,
Yeah. Anywhere, any flat surface, you stick the label on, and that's the
okay,
thing too. Are you using a label printer to print your labels?
no,
Game changer. You
Or you can use a printer, or get a printer and then get the little post. Because what like or you, like the printer that we have, like it's Canon, but we have like the little postcards that you can get from USPS or whatever place, and you stick it in the back of the printer, and you
Oh,
can
I
even
didn't
go,
know.
yeah, like you got to see if your printer has that. You put it in the back of the printer, you change the print settings to postcard, and then it just prints the address on it for you.
That's cool.
So there's inexpensive ways to do it, and there's ways where if you want to go get a label printer, of
I
course it has this, you know.
Yeah, I always advise people that try to use USPS or whoever to get their package. Like if they're offering the packaging for free, then use it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
USPS is a good way to go.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
you
I personally
do it.
recommend, because here's the benefits. Like even if you go up there, you know, outside of having to always use their boxes, you're still paying like a flat fee for shipping with certain things. Like their boxes up there, you're getting flat rates for whatever you can fit in those boxes, no matter what it weigh. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah, but their boxes just don't always accommodate.
beat it side, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, they
yeah,
just don't, because that's what I was doing at first. But it just, it got to the point where I was like, I have to do something else outside of that because it's just not
yeah,
going to always accommodate it. Now, if you shipping
right,
somewhere, like for me, like you guys are on another level from where I'm at, but for me, like shipping to the West Coast from where I'm at in Maryland is like my most expensive. It costs me the
yeah.
most
I
just
think
to
that's for
ship in.
anybody. Yeah,
And so doing a flat rate box, if the order size can fit in it, works out to my benefit. Well, it works out to the client's benefit because they're not paying a lot of shipping. But if you can't fit it, because USPS don't have but so many size boxes that you can utilize. So that's why I started just buying
yeah,
my own boxes. But
yeah,
like Julian is saying, I do need to get different size boxes, and
mm-hmm.
you don't always have to um, vacuum seal stuff or put it in packaging, because if somebody's ordering 3, 4, 5 pounds, 8 pounds, 10 pounds, you could just line the box with the plastic bag and just put it in there. And
That's what
like
I
you
do. I
said,
stack them on top of each other.
hmm and
Hmm.
then you'll be good to go. And I'm pretty good with compressing, you know, and getting stuff to fit in the box. And once you get it in there and you get those edges to line up and get that tape on it, it's finished. You know, but using your own boxes aren't flat rate boxes. So at the end of the day, you still gonna um. The good thing is the smaller the box, the less the shipping, but they still doing shipping and weight.
Hmm.
So it's
This
kind of
right
like,
here, this is a game changer for me. Like I did the same thing. Although I'll say this, Curry, I never had the cards, but what I was doing before was I was using the laser printer. I don't know if you could see that behind me. I have my laser printer. I would use that and put the sheets in. But the sheets I got from Amazon were double sheeted, so there was like two
Mm-hmm.
labels. So I always had to like, print two labels at a time, or like figure a way to like feed it in and stuff. So I never knew about feeding it in the back, which I think is cool because all printers have their own sort of like manual feed area where you can adjust the size of the page and put those labels in. But like I said,
Yep.
this $100,
Oh,
and
okay, that's not bad.
yeah, or it was maybe 150. But then the labels here were cheap, super cheap. And what I like about this more, like why I feel it's a game changer, is because it never runs out of ink. Like you never have to worry about running out of ink. As long as you have enough labels, this shit just bzz, 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 and I can batch print a bunch of orders at the same time. And I can just hit the print from my printer. I don't have to worry about feeding it and stuff like that. And so compared to how I was doing it before with the label
Nice.
sheets, yeah, it was like night and day. Because even with the label sheets, it was hard for me to stack them up, like have multiple, because they would sometimes get jammed. So if I printed say 5 labels at a time, I couldn't do that with that printer because sometimes the labels would get mucked up and it was just expensive. So this is
so
what
that's for shipping labels or just address
yeah,
labels.
shipping labels. You need to make sure it prints 4x6,
Right.
and then
Yeah.
you get 4x6 labels like this.
Yeah. You need to send me the link for that.
Yeah, you get these on Amazon. Someone just asked me what the name is. Honestly, I don't know the name. It says label printer made in China. So I don't know. I got this off Amazon. Or actually, I lied. I got this particular one off Facebook Marketplace. But you search anywhere, Amazon, Facebook Market page, eBay, Kijiji, search label printer 4x6. There's all kinds of ones like these. Like I have this one here. I also have here's one that has a name. This is another one that I use that I like, and it's B-Prit or something like that.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Can
You
you repeat your
no,
question?
Alexa, shut up. That one. So it's
B R T.
BEEPRT. Yeah, and it's just simple laser printer. It has the feet in the back. It have a roller to push it on. It opens like this, and that's it. You know what I mean? Feed it through, bzz, bzz, and it just it works great.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that, getting one of those for a while. Just like I said, I haven't pushed the button to do that, but I'm going to definitely invest in one of those soon.
Yeah. So just looking at it, it looks a little dirty because I think some of the stickers from the labels got on it. But yeah, definitely fast, efficient, works great. I love it. I love game changer for sure.
Good stuff,
Yeah,
man.
boss Ken, I think I seen you on I think I got you on my social media too, man, on my business pages. For sure. I seen your name pop up on your on a couple of my timelines before.
Yeah, you know what? I need to getting the game from you guys is it's priceless, man. You know what I'm saying? I need to be sitting down with my notepad like tonight.
This
Man,
right
yeah.
here, this the game right here. This the game changer right here, man. Look, me and my wifey, man, we personally wrote this guide. I'm a brief on it real quick before I head out. We wrote this guide. It's called Seamossology: The Ultimate Principle, Techniques, and Tools. And anybody that's in here in this group, man, like I'm sure we all ended up being a fan of Seamoss before we got into the business, or some of us may be consumers, but whoever you getting Seamoss from, wherever you getting Seamoss from, man, my mission is to inform everybody about this indigenous plant, but also grow confidence in the knowledge when just growing your confidence and having different verbiage. This book right here is a really, really great quick guide that you can use because we wrote it from the consumer side, and half of this was written from a business side of understanding things that's going to help you grow your wealth and health. I understood the mission when I first started out our company, and I just wanted to break this down to a science that could be relatable to anybody that was at zero knowledge of Seamoss. Because one of the things that I understood early was that like too many options leave you with none. And I saw that a lot of time when trying to speak about Seamoss, because it was so exciting to talk about, but sometimes the way that you want to articulate what's in your thought pattern don't always come out through your mouth the right way. So it's like one of the things was like I became a fan, but we wanted to write this book about to help somebody visualize like really what it is that this indigenous sea vegetable is. So I believe that if anybody have had any questions on a lot of the common things that you may not find on the internet, it's in this guide. Like we spent about 2 years note taking from just all the resources we was able to get information from organic, word of mouth, from a lot of resources. And we put we got a lot of information in here. Like we talk about rope farming, cultivation and processing, the term wildcrafted, post harvesting, sun drying and bleaching. We got subjects about understanding sea moss and seaweed throughout time. How's it used for fitness, perinatal care? I mean, like a lot of subjects that we as people need to like, or we get asked a lot, but it's also just a lot of good information. So you can check this out on the website. I would say anybody that's watching, check out the book. It is actually on sale right now for $197. You can get the ultimate guide. Uh, it's just going to really help you ask the right questions throughout your journey. Anybody that's watching, go get the Seamossology on veganfiber.com. But I recommend this for business owners and consumers. This is like a mini Bible to have on hand. You know what I mean? Uh, yeah, man. So that's it. You can check that out. Anybody that want to go check that out, check it out. Julian, how did you enjoy it? I know you got to listen to and we got it in physical, downloadable, and audio. Anybody that's
Just
wanting
about
the audio,
you
yeah.
you beat me to it. So yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't have enough time. It's got so much information in it. You know what I mean? And I don't want to make it seem like it's long-winded. It's got a lot of content, and so I didn't get the chance to get all through it. You know what I mean? But it was good to listen to. I would have been nice to hear your voice go through it, but the girl's voice was okay. You know what I mean? It was good, professional. And
Yeah, man, I
I
appreciate
think what's
that.
most important is the content in it. And like you said, this is a good how you say it, like a base point.
Yeah,
Like it's
yep,
a way to build a good foundation on accurate information that's actually like scientifically proven. And so there's a lot of information out there. There's a lot of people that put out their opinions that they disguise as, like, or they put out these stuff that they say are facts, but it's really their opinion. And so, yeah, like it's to know, not to say what's right from wrong, but to have a more scientific approach or a more factual information than what someone's opinion is, I think is important to have, so
yeah,
that you're not, pushed into the wrong direction on CMOS, and like you're selling the product. You want to be able to know what you're really talking about.
yep. And we want to just grow the culture, man, and make it more aggressively. Where it's like we want to separate, because it's like it's a lot of people out here that I feel like if anything too much can become a issue where it's like everybody trying to figure out where they fit. But it's like I really believe that with putting out more valuable knowledge other than just one filtration of system, and it separates us individually who've grown to source information from just what everybody else can go out and Google and see. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Like it'll quickly separate you when you learn different things and verbiage that you're going to learn in this book. It'll quickly separate, even for a consumer, it'll quickly take you from maybe making a bad decision. Like me personally, when I first started buying CMOS, like I got finesse. You know what I mean? Like it's no
Everybody did.
secret.
Yeah.
I got finesse, and I still keep some CMOS from my first time having CMOS as a reminder to like for people to see, it was once me. So like now I use this as a demonstration of this is poor quality CMOS versus good quality CMOS. I got some right here. So it's like one of the things is like it's just a reminder to myself, man. Like get out there, get your own experience, have your own journey. Your transformation is going to sell way more than the information. So make it relatable to your transformation. Me personally, this CMOS changed my life, man. You know what I mean? Like hands out. We did a natural birth. We've done, we switched over into a plant-based lifestyle from just starting off in herbs and things. So I'm 100% vegan, plant-based, whatever they want to name it these days. But we have a strict plant-based diet that we follow. Um, man, like I fasted on this for 21 days of just water and sea moss and certain herbs. So it's like I've grown to learn how to use it in multiple ways throughout my transition. And so I just, I really like the product, I'm here for anybody who maybe needs some mentorship or guidance throughout the process. Because if we grow as a community, I think it'll change the game for like those who maybe not as passionate versus people that's just out there to make a quick dollar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's why I hear is like I want to grow each community, and it's like it start with one seed in every community. If I can put the information out there, because people, I don't want to be in a crab and bucket. I don't want to be feeling like there's a crab in a bucket where it's like, I know that it took me 2 years to like, and I got a lot more information that not just in this volume. Like we're gonna have series of volumes, but the thing is, it took 2 years of coming back to something to develop. Like I always believe that writing down your dreams or your visions is important. So it's like have goals that you maybe want to accomplish and figure out a way that you can get it through Seamoss, and it adds up. Like that's how we built this book. Like we had dietary goals, we figured it out through Seamoss. We had skincare. Like my daughter, she was newly born, and babies get a lot of rashes when they're born. So it was like I had to go out there and figure out ways to make this happen, this product for her skin. Like I figured out a lot of different ways to where a lot of customers that ask me questions, I was able to like understand how I wanted to, articulate it back to them to where it's relatable, you know. Because people buy people, man, and it's like going back to one of your questions earlier was like, what's another way to get or customers, and it's like start by networking with the people you already got in your network. Like when you're on the phone with these customers or you have a survey or something, like ask them how many people in their circle may enjoy this offer that you're giving them. So now you're getting one customer on the phone and you're taking their number down for 5 more customers. You know what I mean? So it's like, who else can you think about that maybe can use this service today, or these products? Start taking notes or get those referrals from people that you already got in your network. So you're not having to outsource to new faces. It's more so like, hey, your cousin Suzanne told me that I'm calling you today to give you this offer, this 20% discount because Suzanne referred you. So it's like use a way to use the network that you already have, because that's how you're going to build your community without having to spend a dollar on ads and things. You know what I mean? So that would be one of my free ticket notes today of just maximizing your circle that you already built that trust with, and see who else they may use as a reference for you to be able to give them a call, give them an email, or whatever way you want to collect that information.
No,
Yeah,
that's good stuff, man. Definitely.
yeah. In real estate, we call that the circle of influence. And so you want to give all this, you want to develop a list of all the people that you know around you. So including past clientele and stuff like that. And then you call them and say, hey, anybody who wants, like, don't be afraid to ask for business. You know what I
Yep.
mean? That's where I get most of my business from, is from asking people, do you know anybody? You know what I mean? That's looking to sell or this and that. And sometimes they say no at first, and then they'll come back a month later. Oh, you know what? I was just talking to so and so. I'm gonna get them to call you. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can't be scared.
Can't be scared. No, that's one
Yeah.
thing about this business. You want the sales. It's a numbers thing. You got to put yourself out there. You got to try and I mean, you don't have to do these live streams, but you got to at least try to meet people and connect with people, or what I mean, communicate with them.
So somebody said it's surprised that people don't know that Irish moss is and has been industrialized and used since the 1800s. So yeah, like I agree, man. Like that's some of the stuff that I talk about in my book. Is like how it's been used in traditional time and from traditional medicine down to the beauty industry. That's something that I like to keep bringing back focus, is that I don't want people to think we're like making some, like we just like made this up, or we like found some new things. Like this stuff has been used, and I believe in like if you go back to really understanding your culture to any ethnicity, because this plant has grown in the waters worldwide. It may be labeled as a different type of sea moss, but I believe that if we started to go back and really look at our tradition and our ancestries and things like that, you're going to find some type of relationship to how this was used back in your culture. You know what I mean? Like, from my research, I've seen it, a lot of things just pop up. So I believe that if we take our heads out our asses, excuse my language, and stop looking at maybe what's being popularized online and just take a little time to research in other outlets, you'll find a lot more information, if you want to look at other things, because it's still a seaweed, beyond just what's being popularized for the
Monetary.
commercial side of it. Yeah, like it's still a seaweed that that's been around in centuries. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not gonna hold y'all too long tonight, though, man. I'm gonna let y'all do
Nah,
y'all
you
thing
good,
in a
brother. Cause
second. Yeah,
look,
man.
the one thing about it, what you're doing is important. The information that you and your wife put together is important. What Julien is doing by doing these lives is important, and you and him coming together and being consistent with it, because it affects, the bottom line is, it affects the market and how it grows, you know, and how people receive it and what their perspective is going to be. And so the market needs something, it needs wisdom and information and direction that's consistent and true, you know, because one thing about it, it's a lot of misinformation out there,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know, and all of the hands that's in it right now, um, you know, we don't have no way of knowing the real percentage, but it's extremely high, that most of the hands is in it. It's really just about a profit, trying to make a couple of dollars, but people haven't done no research. They don't care what they putting out there, you know, and so they get their information from where they get it from, you know. Because I tell people all the time, like, yeah, I can sell you all the CMOS in the world, but like, if I'm like, even when I'm not eating right, I don't take CMOS. I know my absorption is some crap. So why would I be trying to put something in my body when I know I'm not really going to receive the maximum benefit from it? You know, so I don't play games with that, or with clients or potential clients, you know, because CMOS has been around forever, you know. But the bottom line is, it's still it's a tool, it's a natural tool that you
yeah,
can use to better your overall wellness, but that's just part of it. It's just a piece of it, you know. And so we need people that's telling the truth and that's consistent about getting out there. Because for the most part, when you're in these groups, and we talking about CMOS, is this, oh, you know, I got the best CMOS, I got it for this price, he got it for that price. A lot of snaking going on back and forth behind the scenes, and that's not doing nothing for the CMOS culture, nothing to bring it
nah,
up, at all,
Mm-hmm.
at all. So
I
it's,
agree.
it's it's funny how, like, we can sit and do this and be on here for almost 3 hours, and maybe of, you know, several team people might have popped in and out. But if you go on the page and somebody say, "Oh well, I need some CMOS," it'll immediately be 50 people just jumping out of the woodworks immediately, like, "I got it, I got it, I got it, I got it, I got it." You know what I'm saying? Like,
It's
it's
insane.
crazy. It's
It
Yeah.
crazy.
is,
So
man. Like the feed off of that, like, you know, that's, you know, I believe that if customers from changing the information game of it, it's like allowing, because like we eat fast food because it's convenient, not because we can't go home and cook the burger or cook what it is. Like we know we're paying time some because it's convenient. We know that. Like we eat fast food knowing we're going to spend more money, and then when we're eating it, we're going to complain about how we could have did it at home. But because it's fast food, it's fast food. That's kind of like with Seamoss. Like when I was, you know, when I began my business out, it was a lot with the gels and other herbal products. And as we grew, it was something we grew out of. But the point of the matter is, like, my whole time during that duration was like I was encouraging my clients to learn how to make it on their own, because regardless to if you're getting it conveniently made, it's like having CMOS is like having that non-perishable item in your house for emergency. So it's like I didn't want my customers to just only have gel and then like something happened, because like last year when the borders got shut down, when COVID hit and all these things, people wish they knew how to maximize raw sea moss, but they didn't. And then I remember how hard it was to get jars and like all the things to keep the operation going. It was very hard. And it was
mhm.
kind of like, man, you know, this time around this year, I wanted to put a guide out, because as I was burning myself out talking to so many people, trying to, and you know, duplicate the same information or same techniques, and you know, I was doing my best to send things here and there, and I was just burning myself out. And it's like, you know, there's a serious time right now going on with the health and the self-care. So regardless of where you're at in your life, I believe every household should have raw sea moss in there in a case of emergency. Even if you're still buying it gel, that's no problem. But at least have it in your home, because what happens is everybody will call you when they're like on their deathbed, and then let's say it's a Friday. Sometimes you not like people don't really look at all the other things that come behind. Like if you're sick now, you need something down. Those 2 to 3 to 4 days can be life and death. Which I've seen it with many clients that once you go in the hospital, man, and you get there with COVID protocols, like can't nobody visit you, can't nobody send you Seamoss, can't nobody do nothing for you. So it's like that split difference of being able to make your own gel in case could be a life death situation. Being a Seamoss superhero, which is our goal with this book, is to make it to where you can tell the next person about this product and maybe it changed their life with that exposure because you've been able to articulate it in a way where it makes sense and is relatable.
Right.
And that's the main thing. Is like if my customers can know how to maximize this product more, it's going to make the market go for whoever. Because like the thing is, Seamoss is so hot. Like it's so convenient now. It's not going to be only where you find it at online. Like, in my opinion, you need to know how to maximize this because it's going to be everywhere on the shelves or everywhere offered at all these places. It's only going to grow just by me doing the studying the statistics of where, 50% of the world in a certain year is going to be vegan. Like just looking at this product for being a vegan gelatin and all of these other things, we have to look at this product exactly for what it is. It's the next biggest thing to really hit the market. And it's like many call, few are chosen. And the thing is, like, if you're able to really get on early and understand your specialty in it, and that goes for anybody watching this, because there's so many things you can do with this one product. Like, you can get in this game and just be good at where you at and stay in your lane and win, with just a piece of the pie, you know what I mean? And it's like wherever the information takes you to the next level, use your network because your network is your net worth.
Somebody said I have noticed a lot of dope boys into the game or people that don't look like the product pushing CMOS. So I'm guessing some people are looking at it a new type of hustle. I mean,
Yeah.
hey, listen, a hustler is a hustler, regardless what side of the fence you on. And it's people that make quote unquote look like, because I don't know what looking like the product actually means in that comment, but at the end of the day, you got people that look really healthy, a lot of muscles and all of that, and are super unhealthy,
Yeah,
and don't know nothing about nothing as far as
yeah,
health. It could just be
yeah,
genetics or whatever. And then you got people that don't look super healthy that have a lot of wisdom. So I mean, CMOS did provide an opportunity for a lot of people, and it's not just ex dope boys or whatever. It provided an opportunity during the time, especially and more so when COVID came around, for people to make some money. Our culture of people inherently just, if we see an opportunity that look like we can get into it and make some money, you know, we gonna get in
We're
it.
all over that.
Yeah,
yeah.
period. So
The one thing that came to my mind is like, if anything, I hope these dope boys, stop selling dope and start pushing
Pick up
CMOS.
the sea moss.
come
Yeah,
on,
that'd be a better word. Like it's
how
almost
about
like,
Yeah,
oh, dope boys.
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah?
But like
How
Jay
about
Z and
that?
them know, man,
Just
that
stop
the
selling
best
the dope.
hustlers come. They know what's up, man.
Yeah,
But nah,
yeah.
I
So
to say what you say, man, to like jump off it, man. Like I feel like, you know, not. I mean, man, like this like it's so many coaches involved with this CMOS and so many backgrounds. Like when I go on these cruise ships or I go out of country, like you don't. I mean, if you're worried about the dope boys, you should go see the people that's actually in the waters fishing for this stuff, man. Because like, yo, like the conditions when you go across seas is way rougher than any protege type of a dope boy. You know what I mean? So it's like you
right,
can't really judge all of. It's like, man, if you asking the right questions and taking the right protocols, you know, that's all that matters when you know what I mean. Like now, there's some things overboard where I'm a little iffy. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't go to restaurants and just eat and with certain things. Like that's the same way I approach my CMOS. Like, hey, if I do my proper research and I feel like your product, and this go for anybody. And I feel if you do the proper research and you feel like it's a good interaction or a safe way to consume, or whatever, go for it. But if the dude or that person, you know what I'm saying, like come across as an untrustworthy person or not to your standards, then you know I wouldn't deal with them. You know what I mean? If
Yeah.
they're not up to your standards, whatever that questionnaire may be, just don't deal with them. You know what I mean? Like I'm a very cautious person, so I know how that go. But yeah, I mean that would be what I would say. Can't really judge a lot of books by a cover. Everything
No.
glitter ain't gold.
Yeah. You can't buy integrity, man. You
Yeah,
know,
you can't
and
buy it.
and,
Yeah,
and at the end of the day, you want to be dealing with people of integrity, people that's consistent, and
yeah,
people that's providing a quality product. You know, um, at the end of the day, you know.
yeah. About your integrity, man. Like that's how I feel. Me personally, like I got a lot of like I ain't throwing like Floyd Mayweather said, man, like yo, my kids can't eat off of legacy, they can only eat off of currency. And I laughed at that, you know what I mean? Because that's true. Like, some people not, but if you can find a way to hold your integrity and accountability and still, deliver that customer service or that product at a good interaction, do that. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, that's what I would advise for that part, you know.
So look, it says, yeah, but you can't push it when you're smoking, drinking, popping pills like NLE Chopper, right? So how do you guys really feel about that? So say for instance, somebody, because we don't know him personally, we don't know what he do on a day to day basis, right? But
And
just say for instance that we were a fly on his wall every day, and he was smoking, drinking, and popping pills, right? But he had quality CMOS, and he had it for a good price. Do you think that he's unworthy to buy CMOS from because of his personal lifestyle?
no,
Yeah, me
like I,
neither.
I would like if his CMOS is good and he knew his CMOS, and I wouldn't judge him on his personal lifestyle and say that that's his CMOS. A lot of people would disagree with that, but my view is kind of like if like at what where do you cross the line? Do you know what I mean? Like how healthy does this person have to be in order to be able to sell the CMOS? And like what you call it? I don't know. In St. Lucia, most of the people, not to say that they're unhealthy, but I know they're not all like, diehard vegans. Some of them I'm
Right.
sure, but I don't know. Fried chicken and Kentucky Fried Chicken is like the busiest restaurant in town.
I think I think people need to extend some
Yeah,
some grace to people, you
yeah.
know, because you know and from my perspective, a lot of people that want to personally, outside of the ones that's just strictly doing it for straight out monetary reasons, people want to, they have the hope of getting healthier. You know, they want to
Hmm.
believe that maybe what they're hearing in terms of this thing being able to turn someone's health around is true. And so, I don't think that everybody that wants to buy CMOS from me is this they're healthy already or they're living like their optimum life of wellness. And so that's why they're looking into a health product. You know what I mean? So, you got to extend some grace to people, man. You know,
And
Yeah, yeah.
it's funny that you brought up the question about we don't really know him. I don't know how accurate this is. I'm just going to quickly pull up the screen share where I have the NL Sharper, and when I look down to his personal life, he says in August 2020, NLE Chopper gravitated towards a more spiritual awakening on social media, launching a YouTube channel called Awaken Chopper, where he documents his holistic and healthier lifestyle, which includes veganism and gardening. He said he struggled with depression and often raps about this in his music. He meditates in order to deal with mental health issues and the pressures of being a young entertainer. He was banned from Instagram 2020, something he said which grounded him. So it's despite an unspecified time, he spent time in a juvenile detention center.
He has never revealed what he was arrested for. Blah blah blah. He was arrested for burglary, drug, and weapon charges in 2021. So it could be possible that, like, in the last year or so, he's, changed his life and turned things around. And, everybody has their different, how do you say it?
Vices.
Not even, yeah, everybody has their vices for sure, but everybody, like you were saying before, has a different journey, and you have to kind of respect that and somewhat encourage it. Now I think if he was taking like the money that he was making from this SEMA, like, here's the thing that I would be against: if I knew that he was the kind of guy that was squeezing every farmer to get the cheapest price, yet he was selling it for like 6 times the price that he was paying for it, and he was going on this high and mighty, like, I'm Mr. Holistic and I'm fresh and this and that, and on the background he's drinking and smoking, then I would be like, okay, fuck you, you're a fraud. You know what I mean? You're fake that way. But if he says, like, like, honestly, I smoke weed. You know what I mean? And I don't hide that fact. You know what I mean? I've smoked it on camera. And then one of the reasons why I don't hide it is because I don't want people to see, like, I don't want to be that guy that pretends that I'm Mr. All Natural. And then you catch me on the sly smoking weed somewhere and you're like, oh, wait a minute. How is this guy saying this if he's this? You know what I mean? Like, who I am on camera is who I am in person for the most part. Actually,
I mean, by the
maybe
way, man, weed is natural. You got to use a different
that's
term
it.
now.
Weed given
Weed
by
is
God.
natural now. Like,
But yeah,
that's natural now.
but
Now, what they
be
might do to it now, I don't know about it. Some things they doing to tweak it a little bit these days, but for the most part now,
But yeah,
Yeah.
still, but look, be comfortable with being yourself, because I'm assuming it's the same person that's saying I hear this from customers, so I'm bringing it to our safe space as a conversation, which is
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Like all topics is okay, and I'm not, and I don't think that Kirby and Julian, we're not condemning,
Judging.
yeah,
Yeah.
what you're saying, because I think it is important to talk about like whatever people's perspectives are, because it helps us all on both sides, whether customers or importers, you know what I mean, to like try to find some type of balance. And it is good for um like to be transparent, but then to see like Kirby saying, well, I made this transition, me and my wife, I know the benefits, I used it on my daughter, and so people can see that what it actually takes in its fullness, like what the possibilities are.
Hmm.
I was just saying overall, um, we shouldn't condemn anyone.
Hmm.
We need to be extending grace to everyone. And if somebody is not in their optimum place of wellness, let's just pray for them. That they get there. And you do that first by just being encouraging, and extending the wisdom and knowledge that you have and the tools that you know about that may have worked for you. So, it has a chance of possibly changing someone else's life. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, I agree. Just to piggyback off of like use what you're saying, but to also not neglect the question that was asked about you know, the lifestyle. Like to me, it's to each his own because here's how the pros and cons. Like, what's so funny that NL like in I would say the last 2-3 weeks, man, the amount of people that I've had conversation about CMOS just because this kid, like, I don't personally follow his music or no, like, I don't personally I'm not a fan of him to know like what he's talking about on social media. I don't be on social media like that to observe things all the way, but I've seen him go through this transition where some of the things, me on the outside, yeah, it might be questionable, but to me, it's like he's able to maybe relate to somebody who needs to let him be the first view. Like I always believe that a person can sell based on 3 exposures. That third exposure is usually when they buy. So it's like when I'm having my customers or people that has been in my network seen me selling this 2.5, 3 years ago, maybe not said nothing, but then they say, hey, so I saw NLE Chopper post about CMOS, and I do remember you having it. Like, explain this more to me. So it's like, for some reason, his name been coming up for whatever reason. So whatever his calling is on the situation for his notoriety that he's giving it, like in my opinion, I look at any notoriety is all like it's all any publicity is good publicity in my opinion. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like that, like as long as you're talking about something, it's better than nothing. So it's
Right.
like, it's up to me if I want to respond to the information that's being said, if I feel that it's something that I need to clarify or educate someone on, I'll do that. But for me to just say, whatever they background, like to me, I feel like, man, so many places we buy food, like a lot of these companies that we given all these passes to, man, it's way worse. If we worrying about some of the stuff we worrying about getting a Seamoss from, like we need to be looking at some of these companies and their workers that's there on the clock. You know what I mean? While servicing us, high off whatever else. So you know what I mean? Like that's kind of how I want this business to grow in the Seamoss. It's like,
And selling us some garbage.
and selling us some garbage. You know what I mean? So it's like, we got to give that same growth in this market. And that's one of the things I talk about, just being a black entrepreneur for my culture is always is encouraging the minorities to give us that time to grow and learn the business culture. Because when we was growing up, we wasn't able to be around business transactions. In the black household, it was always when grown folks talking, you go to the other room, or we didn't learn the financial literacy. So it's like we got to hold ourselves accountable to where when other coaches we're shopping through, where we'll go to we'll go to that chain on the other side of town because we don't care that we just don't go to that one no more, or we'll give a certain respect when dealing with these other companies, and like, yo, give that same respect to these type of businesses that's even if they're not a minority that's selling Seamoss. Like the culture of Seamoss right now is still at a very uh, fresh pace in worldwide right now for small businesses. Like you got a lot of other commercial companies that maneuver their way around it, but as far as like what people are doing on small business levels, like give us that same time to grow and have those mistakes so that way we can compete and maybe be able to do other things that these higher end companies are doing. Give us that time to learn from these mistakes, because like every time I've had a customer that, or a client, not even just a customer, but a client that has had an ailment, it's helped me grow with knowing how to address things, or trial and error. So just give
Mhm.
us that patience. I believe that we just need that patience as a culture and accountability, and I believe that we can grow that way.
It's funny you bring that up because I was thinking in my head, it's like, why are we so hard on each other? Like, as black people, like, I get more complaints over service, this and that, than like more like, and I'm not trying to pull the racist card or anything like that. It's just this is my experience. You know what I mean? I have more people freaking out that are from black people than I have from any other cultures that I deal with. Everybody else, I call them, I'm like, oh, this is the problem. Oh, yeah, no problem. They're like, no, no, what the. And I'm like, yo, like, I'm not Amazon. Like, I can't do what you think. You know what I mean? Like, I paid for this, reship that. What are you talking about? Like, let's first establish the package is gone first. I'm not reshipping, because it's expensive. If I had to reship every package that was delayed a day, you know what I mean? Like, we'd be out of business. This is a small operation. Let's be honest. You know what I mean? And so their expectations are and it's just from our culture. And it's like you said, Kirby, give us a chance. This is a new industry. These guys are like building businesses. There's some of the I'm not going to name names, but I've had some situations where I've had to come in and have to mediate between two people because the new person is on the selling side is new to the business and is not familiar with certain things, and they did a transaction that didn't work out exactly the way they thought, and you know what I mean, like, just give them a break. Oh, it was, he said this and they said this and that was their word, and it's like, well, yeah, okay, fuck, man, like, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I feel you, man. Like I think, man, just to answer that, just straight to the point, it's like, yo, and this is some of the things I talk about all the time, and I don't want to take it and make it just shine a light on this because I like to be transparent. But my thing is like, until we hold our culture to a certain accountability for normalizing a lot of other structural things, it's like something like how I started. Just I've been able to humble people, maybe not even in the way directly, but it's like I hold so much integrity on customer service because it's like I know that I could be the foundation to where you may act an ass, but you never been handled in a calm way that's giving you that type of customer service. So next time you go to maybe disrespect somebody of color or whatever, you might think about it. Or if it's even the same color as you might think about it because it's like, like I can't really control how everybody else doing things, but it's like I try to plant that seed with everybody I deal with personally, and it is coming more from my people. It does irritate me because it's like when we automatically have this black business, it's like a certain like it's almost like we expect each other to have this certain code with each other. Like we already expect a discount. We already expect like sooner, and it doesn't just even matter in CMOS business. Like I've worked plenty of businesses to where as soon as they see that we're like black together, it's like we automatically start getting comfortable and talking different. It's like, yo, don't got to be that way. Like, let's hold the same accountability to where, we're giving the same patience, we're giving the same chances, and that's something that we just got to hold our integrity to where as a understanding our buying power, and understanding, that, we're bigger than what the perception is. And it's like, yo, like, regardless to what, it's like, if people don't want to come together for that way, then it's up to them, but when you're dealing with me, this is how I'm gonna give you the customer service. This is how I'm gonna interact with you. You know what I
And
mean?
be
But
consistent and be
yeah,
consistent
just
in
consistent.
doing
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
And
yeah.
I had a client, a new client that I was talking to yesterday, and she was placing an order with me, and and she had already, sent her money for her stuff and everything, right? And then she said, like, how much would you charge me to help me set up my business, right? So I'm like, well, what do you mean, like set your business up? Be specific. And she just had general questions oh, well, where do I get jars from, and where do I do this, and I'll pay you, to tell me these things and show me these things. So after she was telling me, and all this stuff was really simple. It was just information, right? It wasn't untechnical. It wasn't, nothing that required no real business acumen, right? And so I said, well, I wouldn't charge you for any of that stuff. I would just tell you because I share information and wisdom freely, Um, and so she was like, really? She was like, no, I don't want you to think I want anything for free. And she said well, she's from Florida. And she said, well, that's how everybody does things down here. Like, whatever you want or whatever questions you have, like everybody that they just want to charge you for everything. And so I said, well, no, that's not how I operate, right? And she just acted like that was the most strange thing, but she really appreciated it. You know what I'm saying? And so, like what you saying, Kirby, is true. You don't know what people are used to. When you first start having interaction with them, but you still got to remember to stay true to who you are and this
Yeah.
that mindset, and make sure that you're giving them an experience that you know you set out to give them, but that you're consistent in that every time. Because if you break, sometimes people just they say things or they interact with you in a way, and if you don't have patience, you could just ruin a possible fruitful relationship
Yeah.
on your end, and you can possibly shut them down from continuing to do what they're trying to do and build upon just by how you handle them. So that's important.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. I agree.
Mhm.
No, no, it's true. I believe we're living in an environment. There was a time where they used to have that saying, what is it? The game is to be sold, not to be
Not
told.
told. Yeah.
Yeah. I believe there was a time where, okay, that made sense. But in this state in mind, this environment, this market that we're in right now, it's the game's already been told. It's there. Like you dig a little deep and you'll find like the only reason why they're not finding it is not because it's some proprietary secret. It's because
Right.
they haven't taken the chance time to go do it. So in some ways, it's like the way I see it. I'd rather you get the information from me and know that I was willing to help you, so that if the flip side comes around, you'll consider that what I did. Then for me to say, oh, I don't know shit, go find it yourself, and then you go find it, and you're like, yeah, fuck that guy. You know what I mean? He didn't help me ever. So who do you want to be? You know what I mean? Like the guy's going to find it anyways. You know what I mean? Your customers that want to make their own gel, they're going to make their own gel. This person that wants to find their bottles, they'll find where the bottles are if you don't tell them. They'll figure they're not going to
Mm-hmm.
stop. So might as
Yeah.
well be the guy to find that. Like if it was me in your state, I would even say, okay, how do I get more bottles so that I can offer her these bottles? Maybe not at a profit, but at a price to which it makes my bottles cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
do that with the CMOS too. This lady was talking earlier about dope boys. In some ways, this is kind of like you're selling dope. Like not to say it's actual dope, but it's like healthy dope. But
Yeah.
there's gonna be people that are wanting to come up and move from being a consumer to being a dealer. Now the
Yeah.
question is, are you going to help them being a dealer and then work it into your business, or are you going to just tell them, oh, see them as a threat?
Yeah,
You know
that's
what I mean?
true. But
Yeah,
still timing is everything,
yeah.
and you have to have insight as to when to approach things, a certain way.
Hmm.
You can't just jump out the gate, which was what um she was just expecting, just based on her own experience, like because I got a buddy this he's immediately like, no, don't tell nobody nothing. Sell it, even if you just make $2. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't have that gorilla mentality, you know, and it's very much about um energy, and vibes that you put out. It come back around, you
Hmm.
know. So like even with you, Julian, like when I first had my first Zoom conference with you and all this stuff you was telling me, like I was shocked. You know what I'm saying? I was like, well, damn. I'm like, he just telling me this stuff and he's just like offering of himself to me, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't do what you do. Like they
Listen,
just don't. You know what I'm saying?
when,
So
sorry to cut you off, but when Kirby first met me, half the things he was just like, "What? What did you just? What?" Like he was like waiting for the ball to drop. Like,
yeah, but
tell
see,
me, right,
but
Kirby?
the thing is still is is worth something.
Yeah.
Like what Kirby is offering is worth something, but you still gotta structure things in a way. It's the same thing like I was telling you with the group. It has to be some structure. It has to be some order because everybody is not going to fall in line. Oh, not even fall in line, but everybody's not going to have the integrity that it takes, for a area to thrive. So if you have like little, I'm not gonna say cancers, but if you have all it takes is one bad apple. I'll use that cliche,
Mhm.
and it could just have a ripple effect that just runs through everything. So at some point, and that's all I was suggesting to you. I feel like at this point, with 6,000 members in that group, it's some things that need to change, you know, and you built something with one mindset, but it come a time and a place where, you know, you got to update and shuffle some things around, you know, just plain and simple as that. But back to what I was saying, like I was shocked, but that's you being you and genuine, right? But everybody not going to appreciate that the right kind of way,
Hmm.
because like I told you, I'm like, shoot, I would pay to sit down and have a class or be a part of a class with you, and that was back then. And
Yeah.
you didn't even push you could have said, well, how about this? The same way you met up with me on Zoom, I'll do personal Zooms with you, and you can pay me such amount of dollars per session. And at that point, if it was something that I could afford, I would have been like, yep, okay, no problem, because I understand the value in the relationship. The
Hmm.
same thing with um, listening to what Kirby has to bring to the table. But you didn't do that. He was like, yeah, anytime. If I
Yeah.
called and say, hey man, you got a minute for a Zoom? You like, sure. Come on. You know what I'm saying? And you could be right in the middle of doing 1,000 things for St. Lucian Seamoss Company, but you will continue to do that and get on the computer and open up the camera and answer any questions that I have and give me guidance and wisdom.
While I'm
So
working, though, right?
while you're working, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Because I always
Mm-hmm.
got to make sure I got to take care of Seamoss Company. But it's
Mm-hmm.
because I love what I do. You know what I mean? And one of my goals, and one of the reasons why I'm doing these videos and all this stuff, and bringing Kirby out here, is to help elevate the game, to help put some kind of structure to it. I can't just force everybody to do what they do, but the reality is that if more people like me start coming on and giving these talks and doing these events, you know what I mean? Because now look, Kirby's fucking done a book, this and that. To get to our level now, you got to start thinking about doing what we're doing. Do you know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? In order to compete with us. Now everybody's gone up. Do you know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Now, if we go to the next level and start pushing more, these people are going to constantly, like, that's how I see it. It's like, what is it? As you raise everybody up, the ocean goes, everybody moves. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, I did think about some of the stuff that you said to me, and I was like, okay, how do I fix this, or how do I do create some more structure? And honestly, Mosking, I don't want to be that guy that has to moderate all this stuff and put all these. That's why I started it with no rules. I think I have two rules, and now I have a third. You know, don't spam the group. So I don't want to see you constantly like 50 messages because it's not fair to everybody else. And don't sell inferior CMOS. And then lately, I started adding this rule: don't comment on other people's posts. Make your own post. Do you know what I'm saying? And I even got pushback on that, where someone was like, "Oh, why didn't you put it in the rules?" I was like, "What? I have to put it in the rules? Like, fuck, man! Like, have some respect for the other. How are you like you said when someone puts I should just fuck with people and say, hey, I'm looking for CMOS just to get everybody to fucking push the shit. You know what I mean? Because that's the only time these guys come out, and it's like, no, guys, you want business? Put yourself out there. Look at Marvin. Marvin's selling thousands of pounds. Do you
Yeah.
know? What I mean? And I'm pretty sure there's some people in his village that are jealous of what he's doing. But you know what? You can't be jealous of that guy. Okay? You could be there's the market is there, the money is there, guys. Just go out and push it. Like, let people know who you are so that they can trust you. So that you know what I mean? Like, that's
And you know
that's
what else is funny, that to piggyback off of what you say, not
yeah,
to interrupt. It's
yeah.
like, I kind of encourage like almost like sharecropping with other people that's in businesses with like CMOS. Like me personally, like, I'm because I'm a CMOS fan. It's like, I've seen so many other people get creative with CMOS that I just haven't had the time. So I'll buy certain things just because I'm a fan of it. I've even approached the game to some of my products and stuff to where it's like it's almost like who's pouring to the healers cup sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And
Hmm.
I have really I like all of my products that we've recently infused sea moss into our multivitamins, digestive enzymes, herbal teas, everything. And it's like, I go through a very um purifying process to like ensure that I'm cleaning the sea moss. So it's like I want other business owners that's sea moss fans to maybe use my company as their luxury of choice when they like need a refill. Like I don't want people just to think that my business is only just to other consumers. Like I want people to find joy in my products or my services or my business or my book from all angles if they choose to. It's not, it's okay to keep the market in a certain network. Like it's like to me, I feel like, you know, even just being a part of the CMOS Buyers Club, like, I've seen a ton of other business owners, and I think it's doing a good thing for the culture. But yeah, I do want to, see more, just get in tune with more people and then just get other products to where, I see gummies or whatever, I think that we can definitely share crop that product within other CMOS people, wholesalers or whatever. I think that's still a good way to like experience the product and keep the dollar in that type of market with CMOS, other CMOS companies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love what Marvin is doing. I feel like he came in and he brought like some fresh light, you know, and spirit to the group. Someone said that they beating his name up.
I don't know who Marvin is, but
Marvin Charles.
Marvin
huh?
Charles he's a Seamoss farmer, seller in St. Lucie. He's exporting Seamoss, and
Is he the
yeah, I've
guy who
known.
be diving? Does he make those diving videos?
Yeah, he has a couple of the diving videos. He's the guy that sounds like he's always yelling, but that's how he talks.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
I
yeah,
fucking love Marvin.
And
Marvin is a good person with a good soul. You know what I mean?
somebody asked about the glass jars. I just saw the
yeah,
comment. Somebody said something about the glass jars.
It
yeah.
says
You sell
they,
gel. How do they feel about glass jars versus BPA free food storage jars? Um, Glass is going, in my opinion, is always optimum. But as far as shipping, they're going to be super heavy, and because gel is temperature sensitive, you know, it would behoove you to use expedited shipping. It really, to me, boils down to whether or not a customer is actually trying to pay that cost to ship something like that. And even if you use the plastic, which maybe Kirby or Julian can speak more to it in terms of if it's um, any leakage that would taint the gel using those jars. Seamoss gel is heavy, period.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, it's of course it's going to be heavier in glass jars, but um, it's, you know, I'm not sure. What do you guys think?
So I'll
um,
probably let Julian go if he want to go first, so I can go. It don't matter.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say I don't really do the gels so much, so I don't know. And I can grab them in a second after I'm done talking, and Kirby can speak while I'm going to go grab them. But I use these, and I believe they're PBA free. But I use these pouches. They're like they're meant for storing liquid or drinks or stuff, and it has a nozzle out of them, and that's what I use to store my own sea moss. How I consume my sea moss is I do the gel one day. I'll do like maybe 2 or 3 pounds of gel. So I have like maybe 100 of these packages, and then I keep them in the freezer and pull them out like once every 2 3 days, and then I eat them. And so I don't know, Kyrie, if you want to give your piece or do your 2 cents about it, I'm
Yeah,
gonna go
I'm gonna give
grab
my
it
two
so I
cents and
can.
then I got a skedaddle. But
Right, I'll be back.
so I kind of did all sides of the business in the beginning. The glass jars has its assets. But I was able to transition to the food grade jar, the food grade plastic. What I would say is because I did the what was that, like the what is it, babe? We did the food grade reseal, what would it, tamper proof. So we did the tamper proof, and that played a big role into like how it leaks out from the top. It's all about packaging, because if that box gets really damaged, like they will bust, or you've got a poor care. Like we've had it happen numerous of times where the box looked like it went through World War III, and that's just what it was, because that's just how the carrier handled it. Have that when I switched over to the food grade tamper proof containers, did I see any difference in taste? No. Like my customers absolutely loved it. I would say that it saved us a lot of money, but I believe our customers really love the tamper proof over the jars because it just gave them like a different way to stack it in their refrigerator. Another thing, well, it wasn't that the rust, like it was because like that cut, like sea moss, for some reason, like if it gets on the outside, I mean on that part of the mouth, it turns into like a brown color sometimes. So
Mhm.
one of the things I did to stop that from happening was I got a pourer, to a funnel pour, to where like when I'm pouring the sea moss, it doesn't accidentally spill on the sides or nothing. So that solved that problem initially early on. But I would say that the food grade tamper proof just gave it more of a modern feel for like today's world, rather than having people feel like this jar, because like people have a hard time throwing away jars. You know what I mean? So I felt like some customers got tired of having to go through the process of getting rid of the jars a month as well. Like I had customers wanting to like ship back jars to me. Like they was like, can we figure out a program where you can pick up these jars back? You know what I mean? Because people have a hard time wanting to throw away jars. You know, so with the food gradable ones, like they'll use it. You know, they'll maybe use it in their house a couple of times, or they'll toss it out, or you know, they can stack the food grade ones after they use it. You know, it's just a lot more way for them to have it as storage space afterwards. But I don't get me wrong, it's nothing like a good fresh jar taste of anything. You know, when it comes down to, you know, do I feel like if I took a jar and was using it, you know, to keep the refreshness taste into it, yeah, I feel like a jar would overall maybe add a couple of days of life to any product. But food grade worked fine for me for the tamper proof plastic once I switched over. You know what I mean, to answer that question.
Cool. These are the packages I use.
Hmm.
And so they come in two sizes. They come in a few sizes on Pouchmaker, but I bought I think this is the 250 and this is the 500 mil. And so,
How
yeah,
do you get the Seamoss in there?
it's opened here. So it looks like that. So there's two types that you can get. You can get the ones where the opening is open like here and you pour it in, or you can get the ones where the nozzle here is open and you screw it on a cap so you fill it in this way. Um, because I don't really use, I'm not getting these to sell. I've gotten these ones because it's easier to pour it in. But what I found is when I seal them, the seal here isn't as smooth seal like this end here. And so I don't think maybe I got to use a different method, but the method I used with the hot iron, it just would wrinkle and crinkle, and it didn't look too professional. So if I were to do it for commercial, like if I were selling it, I would get the one where I'd pour the liquid in the nozzle and have it come out that way, and then yeah, so it's already sealed, and then I would throw the cap on.
Yeah, you still use a funnel for that one then, right?
Yeah, I use a funnel for both of them to put them in. Yeah, you would use a funnel for this, and then I think when you get this one, they give you a funnel to put into it on the
Oh,
jar.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it would come with a funnel. But
Kirby,
these are
somebody
so,
had asked how much Seamoss can you consume a day? I don't know if you saw that question.
No, I didn't. I can answer that. So me personally, man, like, and I have it, and I always go back to the book because I use a reference. I use this book as a lot of reference now. Like, I talk about different things on like just the scientific recommended stuff for just different uses. But my personal use for CMOS a day, I always say go with your body for one, but I personally use a lot of CMOS. It all depends on, like, it's almost like you can't like, it's almost like asking somebody like, you know, not to eat a lot of fruit because sea moss is just a sea vegetable. You know, it's not like it's just damaging you to take a lot a day. So me personally, I do a lot of sea moss. But I will say that goes into like depending on what you're trying to treat. You know, I do maybe about 32 to 64 ounces a day minimum of sea moss, and that's just like gel probably. Like that's not including. I do maybe about 7,200. Well, I would say in grams of sea moss a day, even just in my supplements. I would say I'm probably even still doing 3 grams of sea moss powder a day plus the gel. You know what I
crazy.
mean? Wifey do 16 ounces a day,
East.
not including the supplements, you know. So I mean, I'm seeing Moss machined out, man. Like, you
Yeah,
know,
beast mode right
I
there.
mean, I try to do CMOS in anything. Like I cook with it. I do anything that I can put CMOS in a day. You can count that I'm doing it. So average use for anybody that's not doing CMOS, I would say just start with like 4 tablespoons a day, you know, or 4 tablespoons of serving. Like that's a really easy way to just start getting used because it only takes 2 weeks for your taste buds to retrain itself for tasting. You know what I mean? So I would say like 4 tablespoons at a serving at a time. You know, try to do 4 tablespoons twice a day. You know, that's a great way to start out because, you know, it has a lot of benefits, you know, and I could talk about the benefits, but yeah, I take 2 tablespoons. Hyperactive thyroid people should keep it at a minimum and not overdo it because of the iodine levels. That's a yay and nay. Like hypothyroidism, we got to look at like when you're talking about iodine and like are you getting it synthetically or natural? Because sea moss has a natural way to add iodine to your life. It can play both roles for a hyperthyroidism and hypothyroidism. So like I would say, not to say keep it at a minimum, but understand like how you're trying to treat whatever that symptom is that you're experiencing. That would be one of my things with CMOS. Just listen to the body. Listen to the body.
I agree. Then that's what I always recommend to people: is start with the 2 to 4 tablespoons, but don't be afraid to take more. But listen to your body, because I take more than 4 tablespoons easily. So not hyper, not hypo per physician. My sister went into shock. So yeah, keep it going
So
minimal.
hyper means an overactive thyroid. Like so, anybody that's trying to trying to understand what we're talking about with hyperthyroidism is when your thyroid is overactive. For anybody trying to pick and choose what I'm talking about. How I know this is like I like certain subjects of just with the CMOS, I've took heed to like try to understand it because it's commonly asked questions. So
Hmm.
I'm curious to know. So did your sister go into shock by using more than enough CMOS, or like what? Because you gotta understand, like this still plays a role into your diet if we're talking about an overactive thyroid gland or thyroid issue. You know what I mean? Like we still gotta understand like nutrition and CMOS. So okay, so yes. Oh wow. So she went in shock because of the CMOS. That's interesting. Well, that's new. Everybody has different
Well, here's the thing:
experiences.
if you're taking medicine for your hyperactive thyroid, and you know what I mean, you add the CMOS, like definitely there's certain situations where you need to contact a physician
Yep,
to
yep,
understand what the reactions. Like, guys, let's be real. Like when we're coming into this subject here, we're not doctors, we're not health
yep,
experts. We've read a few books, so a lot of this stuff we're giving our opinion. You know what I mean? And so double check it. You know what I
yep,
mean?
yep,
Seriously, like as much as we think we're smart and we know a lot of shit, like the doctor knows he knows your medical history. There's a lot of things that Kirby or me or Moss Boss or Moss King wouldn't know about what's going on. Like there's not all the you know what I'm saying? There's not a lot of
yeah,
detail.
yeah,
It could have been the medication in combination with the CMOS. It could have been that particular CMOS where she got it from. Who knows? Like, you
yeah.
know.
100 things that could have.
But but I think the advice rings true that you got to listen to your body. You don't overdo it. You take it slowly, and you know what I mean.
Yeah,
So,
that's why.
so we know she had to have radiation treatment and her thyroid removed, and she no longer can take it because of the severe migraines. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I mean, here's the thing, man. This like, and I really do got to go. But here's the thing, like, I don't like to like sometimes compare results when people are mixing. That's like when people mixing like we like when it comes to mixing medicine and herbs, natural things. It's like
Hmm.
soon as something change, we like to go into like the natural cause and be like, oh, it's the sea moss, so it's this. When in
Hmm.
actuality, it's like a lot of time medicine has a lot more side effects than these natural plants would ever have. But we like to point the finger and say, oh, it's like unless you was like just taking sea moss with no medicine, then I would be like, okay, chances are that it is the sea moss that's causing those side effects, or chances is it's that herb or plant.
Hmm.
But when like once again, one, I'm not a medical professional to know anything, body reacts to anything different. But what I'm saying is like unless it was in that scenario where you for sure just taking that one thing to treat that, to pinpoint that that's where the side effects is coming from, like I would still look at the medicine and things that could be affected by the medicine, and see would that play a role in some other side effects you may be experiencing. Me personally, like I've never had a lot of bad side effects from CMOS or had a lot of stories about people getting migraines from CMOS. if anything, I've heard them use sea moss to get rid of the migraines, but that can be coming from a lot of different things. Like I know sometimes you might get a rush because your body hasn't had that feeling of rehabilitation, and you take the sea moss quick. It's like it hit your body quick, like whoa, like I ain't
I've
had
had
that
that.
feel. Yeah, it's like an adrenaline rush. Like you kind of get that adrenaline rush sometimes. So, but man, I thank y'all for y'all time tonight. As you know, man, my birthday is in 45 minutes, so I gotta go meditate.
Oh,
I took some time out to you know, man, like I love what I do, so I wanted to take some time out tonight to, you know, just drop in, do, you know, just share the knowledge, just share some love. But I got to get ready to meditate, y'all, as I go into another chapter. So, but
hey,
veganfiber.com, man. Anybody want to know any of the products? There you go, Julian. Thanks, man. So if anybody want to follow up, I do free strategy sessions where, you know, let's say you got a dietary goal, you might want to take your business to another level. You might want to cut some costs. You know, I've been around the block a couple of times with the Seamoss business, so I've been able to really outsource, use my resources, use my network. So if, you know, if I'm not able to direct you to something, somebody will. So book a consultation right there on that calendar link. My boy Julien is on hand with it
I
over
always
there.
take care of you,
I
Kirby.
appreciate you.
Yeah,
And
I take care of you.
veganfiber.com. And just take some damn sea moss, man. You know, have some fun, yo. Like, don't let all these people online discourage you. Like, you got to go get baptized before you start. Like, I don't care if you party Saturday and got to go to church Sunday. Get you some sea moss and have some fun. Like, yo, sea moss is like the new superfood of the ages, man. Have some fun with it. Like, grow to love it. Like, yo, if you're not asking enough questions to learn how to love it, like how the people on these three, like all three of us sitting on here tonight because we love this product, like if you're not asking questions to figure out how to love the sea moss like we do, ask some damn questions, because I can tell you this, like I don't care what you're doing in life, it can add value. Whether you're taking a tablespoon, 2, 4, 5, 16 ounces, wherever, it's going to add value. So take the Seamoss, man. You know, Seamoss gang, Scorpio gang, we out of here, man. I appreciate y'all, fellas. Moss King,
Happy
hey
New
man, it was a
Year, man.
pleasure, you know, see you face to face, man. So,
Yeah.
yeah, man, I enjoyed the time with y'all, man. I really did.
Yeah, we'll do it again soon, man.
Yeah, man, I
Yeah,
got a
man,
lot of
same here,
time. You
man.
know, I the other night when Julian was supposed to be on here, I waited, and then he hit me like hours later, like, yeah, I'm getting on. I'm like, man, shit, I done log out and everything. So I saw he hit me up tonight, like I'm getting on. So I'm always available when it come down to maybe changing one person's life by just something I may have said today. So y'all
I'm such
stay
an ass.
blessed, man.
I'm such an
Yeah.
asshole about it. I'm like, hey, I'm going live soon. He's like, how soon? I'm like now. And like before, he's like, make sure you let me know before you do it. Like, but sometimes, here's the thing. I planned to do it this Wednesday from Sunday. I knew I was doing it, but I should have put more announcements out or promoted it and stuff like that. But a lot of times when I do it, it's just like, okay, I'm bored. Well, not to say I'm bored, but I got some free time. Let me just reach out and do this. Like, I just follow what my spirit tells me to do. You know what I mean? And then,
We made it happen though. We on here. We made
Yeah.
it happen.
yeah, no, I'm
Julian,
glad you and
Julian the Seamoss hippie, man. He just laid back, man. You know what I'm saying? He pop in when he pop in.
yeah, that's it. I'm there when I'm there, and
Yeah.
then I'm gone. That's the CMOS life. You know what I mean? Just chill, everything airy.
Look,
You
if you
know,
got
that's
sea
the
moss,
vibes.
man, hey, look, this is cash on hand, man. This is like printing your own money, man. Like like having sea moss is like printing your own money. You
Oh yeah,
know, I really suggest everybody to find a way to just share it, man. Like start off with 2 to 3 people a week that can find value in 10 to 20 bucks with you, man. Like it all adds up. You know, like don't be discouraged by it. Like find a way to find value. To me, it's like a tool to talk. Like, and I love it. It's a way for me to talk. It's just a tool. So I do
yeah.
it full time. You know, I talk about it all day. I can talk
I,
about it all night. But
of
Go
course,
meditate,
I'm gonna
man.
say, Kirby, I
man,
love
look,
you, but I'm gonna cut you off because it's like you've been just saying you're going for the last half
Yeah.
hour.
I'm out, man. I
So
told
I'm
y'all,
like,
y'all get me started, man. That's it.
you're gonna
Sea
miss your
moss is life.
birthday. I know I could keep you here if I really wanted to, but if it wasn't for your birthday, you know what I mean, I would have done it. So I'm gonna let you go, and have your time
Oh
to.
man, you're funny, man. I gotta give you a shot for that one, man. Y'all make sure y'all check out these two companies over here, man. I look forward to talking to y'all in the future. I'm out. Y'all
All
stay
right, man.
blessed, man.
Take care, man.
All
Thanks
right,
so
bro.
much. Great guy. Love that guy, Kirby.
Yeah, man. Good dude.
You read some of the comments here? What the hell is going on? What does this person mean? Bussing? What does bussing mean? Is it what I think it means?
Yeah, it's what you think of me.
I want to say what it is. My friend said since she started the Moss, her husband said she's been bussing down there.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah,
Well,
yeah. Great for them.
score one for Seamoss.
Yeah, yeah. Right, right.
Oh, for sure, for sure. But getting back to the conversation we were talking about earlier about like the group and stuff, you know, what I mean, I listened to some of the things that you were saying, and that's why one of the things, and I mean, I hope I can find the time to make it happen. But I put that post saying like who's interested as the farmers or the exporters on how they can talk to them and teach them some business skills, because some of the things that they're doing, it's like I don't know if they just had a little bit of some pointers that they could develop certain things to think about, and you know what I mean. Just it would just help improve their business, help reduce the need for the competition. You know what I mean? Because I mean there's so many different ways to find buyers to get these sellers. And so how do you get it? And not only that, but like you trying to go out and get these buyers without having certain things in place can actually make it more harder for you to find these buyers. Do you know what I'm
Mm,
saying? So it's imagine like, you don't have PayPal, you don't have a website, you don't have this stuff. If you go talk to 100 people, there might be two or three people that will trust you with those conditions. But if you have the PayPal or for a couple other things, or other things to sort of build that trust, when you speak to the 100 people, you might get 5 6 people agreeing with you because
right.
there's more. You know what I mean? So that's one of the things I want to. And I put this. One of the questions I said was like, I'm worried about my privacy because I wanted to see how concerned people are, because that's the thing that I've noticed in St. Lucia is everybody does not want everybody else to know what they're doing for fear of them hating on it or conspiring against them or just being jealous because they're doing better. You know what I mean? So that's one thing that I have to keep in mind if I do put this kind of course together. But it's going to be something like I'll offer for free, and I'll do like a Zoom meeting, like we had a Zoom meeting, and just run through their problems and then show them, okay, this is how we ship, this is how we got our website. I don't know. I've been even toying about an idea of how do I create like a marketplace that allows these guys to have a platform to sell and be sort of like the escrow in the middle. Do you know what I mean? Whereas,
Yeah,
you as a supplier can, make a bid from them. You can put the money somewhere. The money's safe. This person knows that the money, because that's the main biggest problem when it comes to dealing with these foreign, like the foreign market, trying to deal with these buyers, is that you don't have a relationship with them. You don't know who they are for sure. You don't know if they're going to send the CMOS, or even if they send the CMOS, is it going to be garbage or what quality it's going to be.
right.
So how do you know what I mean? How do you present a product or present your image or your brand in such a way so that these people do it? And then even more, how do you price the product right? I see prices all across the board. Do you know what I
Right.
mean? And sometimes they're almost selling the CMOS for less on smaller quantities when what I mean, it's more work for them and stuff, and they're not factoring a lot of their costs in of what it's expensive. Like sometimes I'm looking at some of these guys and I'm like, how are they making fucking money? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because they got to pay divers or people to harvest on the farm. They got to pay to get the stuff from the ocean to the drying tables. They got to spend time or pay people to watch the drying tables. They got to put it in a box. They got to buy that box. They got to pay people to put the stuff in the box. You got to pay the liners for the box. Then you got to pay for a truck to bring the boxes to the. You know what I mean? Like it adds up. So I'm like, how are these guys doing it for these prices if they're must be making like $1 You know what I mean? Or
Right,
two.
but everybody, but you already know, we talk about it all the time. Like everybody's not on the same level, and
Mm-hmm.
what your expectation is based on how you run your business is not going to line up with what the next person's expectation is, right? And so you can have this hope because your heart is for the farmers, it's for St. Lucia. You know, you're more hands on with it, right? But that's part of the reason why I'm saying about the structure thing, because you always talk about why you started the CMOS buyers thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in your mind, you probably never imagined it growing to what it's grown to, right? And if you look back, even if you just look back over the past year, you know, you'll pretty much see the same people interacting on that page, even though it's 6,000 people or right over 6,000 people on that page now. So, you know, me, I would ask like, okay, so where are all these other people at, right? Because even if we say, well, 2,000 people on here just bullshit, you know what I'm saying? Like they just joined the group just because. You still got 4,000 people, and probably not even 250 people, different people, are interacting consistently on that page. Now, what's the reason for that? You know what I'm saying? It's worth taking a look into, you know, and it could just be because it looks chaotic when people come in there sometimes, and that could be, what does that look like? It could be the prices being all over the place. It could be people arguing, negative
Mm-hmm.
comments. It's nothing that's clear to a person. So it could be that it's nothing that's clear when they come on there. You know what I'm saying? So they're like, damn, well, what do I do? Who do I trust? What, you know, how do I navigate this page? Because it's full blown now. Now you might feel like I don't got the time. I don't really want to. I don't want it to be this, and I don't want it to be that. Well,
Yeah.
then you might have to put some people in place that can help navigate the structure of things that need to be put in place so that it's something of that size can really truly be beneficial. You may have to do that. But you know, but first you gotta want to do it. You know what I mean? You
Yeah.
gotta want to do it. And just like doing these zooms, like all of the people that are importers, you can have certain zooms that's strictly for farmers. You know what I'm saying? You
Mm-hmm.
can have them, you know, strictly for sellers. You can have something strictly for buyers to gather information and to start gaining some clarity and getting some real time ideas as to like how to move forward. You know, so that you're just doing things better and making it easier for everybody all around. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so
No,
it's
it's been,
I know it's not easy. It's not like a, a 2 day project, but you know, God willing, we got time. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? You know, just like I'm giving input now. You know, I'm sure there's other people that have input and concerns, but it's just like something of that size. You know, it's just it's a lot to manage. You know.
No, it is, and that's a good point. Sorry, while I was talking to you, I was looking at the growth and stuff because they used to have a chart on this Facebook thing where I could see like the amount of people that were growing and who are um, like how many people joined and stuff like that uh, over a different time period and it kind of gives you an indication like who's real and how many fake because there are probably I don't know I estimate maybe 1,000 to 1,500 bots, right?
Okay.
There's yeah, it's not all 6,000 active members, let's be real, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there is quite a bit, a lot. Like I see activity numbers ranging in the 4,000 plus. That's why I say it's about 1,500. You know what I mean? But you're right. There are say like 20 usual suspects that are always posting, that are always contributing and always commenting, you know what I mean? And then there's a lot of these guys that are not that are somewhat in the background, or that are lurkers, what I would call
Mm-hmm.
lurkers. You know what I mean? There's a lot of farmers from St. Lucia I know that are members there that they will never, ever, ever post, comment, this because I've asked them. I'm like, "You're in the group?" They're like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "I've never seen your group." He was like, "You never seen me in the group."
Yeah,
Because not
and
even
that
so much they don't want me to know, but they don't want any of their other friends from their community to know that they know.
yeah. As soon as someone asks about buying CMOS, they're going to go straight to that person inbox.
Yep.
You know, and you see someone just put up it's a jungle of complaining, and when you ask a business question you get people posting their websites instead of answering the question, you know. So I mean, again, it's some things that
And
would benefit change,
yeah, and I've tried to control that a bit. Even earlier, if you check this live video, there was a guy Matthew that came on to talk,
Mm-hmm.
and one of the things I did was I apologized for deleting his messages because he reached out to me and was like, "Hey, I keep posting, but my messages are being deleted. Like, am I doing something wrong?" And I'm like, "Yeah, like you're promoting on all these posts, but you're never making your own posts. And so if I see someone constantly kind of just throwing their 2 cents in, like, hey, look at me, look at my business, then I'm going to kind of like, delete the post and hopefully they get the hint to say, and I realize now maybe I should sort of send them a warning or say, hey, I deleted this, just make your own post and stuff like that. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right.
Because I do believe that, and this is one of the things I'm going to teach in this group if I ever get it going, is that the the shady business in a sense, the jumping, the sliding into people's DM boxes and stuff is not helping anybody. It's
Mm,
hurting them themselves. You know what I mean?
right.
It's giving them a weak position on which they can sell their product. Like
Mm-hmm.
part of the reason why I believe that the CMOS price is so low now is because these guys are all fighting against each other for a price, and it's over a few bucks, and they're squeezing each other. And what's going to happen is it's going to hurt everybody in the industry because it's these guys are going to push the buyers are going to push the sellers to a point where they're not really making any money. There's already
Mm-hmm.
people starting to leave CMOS already. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
And the market's just not in a balanced way, and so I
But
don't know.
that's why having structure is important. That, and I'm talking about outside of the group, because remember I told you Rick was talking about that. He
Mhm.
was talking about that last year. He was like, when I was telling you, he was like, the people, like I need to see the people they need 100 pounds, 200 and 300 pounds, and you need to see the people that need 5, 10, 20 pounds, and
Mhm.
we need to be getting it. If I'm getting 3,000 pounds, I need to be getting it for this price. But then you getting 300 pounds, you need to be getting it for this price. But then the people that are buying from 1 pound to 10 pounds, this is what the set price needs to be. And that's
Yeah.
how it needs to be consistent, because what you're saying is very true. And it's already happening, you know.
Mhm.
And so you'll have people that they're not really serious about CMOS. They're only serious about trying to figure out a way to make a dollar. So
Mhm.
they'll sit and they'll wait and they'll just hop around and they'll just wait for somebody to offer something at what I guess a doable price is for them, however
Mhm.
cheap that may be. But overall, how's that for the culture and
Yeah.
what we're trying to accomplish? You know, overall, it's not helpful. But
No.
since we're in a position to make changes, right? Then we have to take up the responsibility and do that.
Mhm.
We have to, more than just one or two of us have to be on the same page with that. You know, we got to sit down at the table. We got to write down ideas. We got to talk about ideas and see who agree with what. And then, especially getting back to the group, if we're navigating in one place, you know, at the same time.
Mhm.
So, but like I said, God willing, we got time. It's still a lot to hash
Yeah.
through and talk about. And ultimately, like that's your page, that's your baby that you grew. I'm just on the outside looking in, and since we're building a rapport, I'm just giving my perspective on it. But I'm sure that there's other people that share the same sentiments. At the end of the day. You know.
Mhm. No, 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 and I appreciate that, and yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like one thing. Like I knew the group was going to get big. I just didn't think it was going to get as big as fast. I knew that based on the conditions that I set, this thing would just grow organically. One thing
Right.
I was surprised is how um, civil everybody is, and how everybody kind of is mature in that group. For the most part, the ones that are posting, I don't find anybody's overdoing it and stuff like that. But
Right.
like about what Ricky said, I agree with that. I feel like in some ways, some of these sellers that are selling, from St. Lucia directly shipping 1-2 pounds for almost the same price as what they would sell to someone 20 pounds is almost like a disservice to themselves. It's
Yeah.
like they're hurting themselves. It's like you're putting the same price on moving 1 pound as you are if you were moving 1,000 pounds. And in
Hmm.
some ways, that's what I mean.
It's
That creates.
counterintuitive. Like it don't work.
Well, this is why they're actually working more harder than they should be because there's an imbalance. Now, have they say priced a little bit for the smaller quantities, right? They may. It's like when they do that job, it's worth the money for that slow work, and then they turn around and some of that profit that they make from there, they can help offset when they give a deal on the larger quantities. Do you know
Mm,
what I'm saying? Like
yeah.
you have to kind of have a up and a down. You know what I mean? Otherwise, but it's some part of it is their mentality and their mindset because a lot of people don't realize is down there, whether I buy 1 pound or whether I buy 1,000 pounds, it's the same price.
Hmm.
I don't get a deal for buying 3,000 pounds. Some people I might only because I'm buying not the quantity, but I'm consistently buying off them. I have a history with them, and so they like me and they okay, Julian, I'll give it to you for this price. Do you know what I mean? But for the most price, the market price is the market price. What everybody's paying, because at the end they'll go somewhere else to be
Yeah.
like,
I had that same misconception, and Rick he told me that a long time ago when I was talking to him one day, and I was like, yeah. I'm like, but you're getting 2, 3,000, sometimes 4,000 pounds. Like you're probably getting it for way cheaper than what I'm getting it at buying 2, 300 pounds. And he was like, no,
no,
not really. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And
no,
I'm like, what? But
yeah,
as I continue to like move along and start importing, you know, more sea moss, I found out that it probably was a lot of truth to that. You know what I'm saying? Like
100.
maybe you guys might get maybe $1 or two or something cheaper. I don't know. Maybe, like you say, if you depending on your relationship, you know what I'm saying with people. But like I really thought in my mind, I'm like, oh, Julian just got 3,000 pounds. Like he probably paid $4 a pound. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Like,
it's like no.
no,
But so when you have people that's down there and they're offering the CMOS at like these low prices, the same prices that they'll sell it to me for buying 300 pounds, and then you got somebody that's just buying 5 pounds, and that. So if I say, oh well, my CMOS is, I don't know, $30 or $40 or 40, $50 a pound, they like, nah, because you only pay $2 a pound for that. I'm
yeah,
like, no, I don't. Like,
yeah,
but you're not taking into consideration the CMOS price per pound, the air freight, the handling fee when they get to the airport over here, the
hmm,
fee that I pay my broker, the prices that I pay for packaging, the gas that I use in my car to drive your packages to be shipped out. Nothing.
no,
Like you really don't know how much once I scale my prices based on all my costs, like what I'm paying per pound, and I'm
hmm,
still giving you like a great price, you
yeah.
know.
And
So
it's crazy. These guys will jump over like from one supply to another to for over $1, saving
hmm,
$1. It's like it's
yeah,
crazy. And
yeah.
what was the one of the things I told you in the beginning when we started talking about price and CMOS, and I asked you about your relationship with the guy you know what I mean? Do you remember that?
You got what in
Okay, I'll
particular?
just tell you because you might not remember. Basically, I was saying if you had a good relationship, stick with the guy.
Oh
Don't
yeah,
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 getting a good price and just go with it because at the end of the day, the relationship is more valuable than the price,
yeah.
right?
You know what? I'll never forget what you told me
Hmm.
when, as I started like opening up more to you and telling you who I was dealing with in St. Lucia, blah blah, and I told you how much I was getting my CMOs from, and you was like, "Hey, like that's a great price." You said, "Cause I'll tell you what, I wouldn't sell you a pound of CMOS at that price."
Yeah,
You was like, "I call my partner right now, and he'll definitely tell you like we wouldn't sell it to you at that price." That's what
no,
I'm saying. That's why I love you, Julian, because you're like you don't like it's nothing fake about you, brother. Nothing. You know what I'm saying? And
thank
I know
you.
you meant exactly what you said. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like
yeah,
I don't care if you buying 200, 300 pounds or not. It's not going to be that price. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So, but
But and the honesty, the truth is, it's not because because I can't do it for that price and make a profit. Do you know what I'm saying?
right.
Like the quality that we're getting, and I'm not saying that you're not getting good quality, but it's like I have to pay a high price to make sure that I always have the CMOS, that I always have.
Mm-hmm.
This is why I'm saying the relationship is important because if your guy is not trusting you or he's not connected with you tight enough, all it takes is one local to come by and say, "Hey, I'll pay you $2 more for that."
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's got the money there, and he's in his hand. Do you know what I mean? Like the only time I see a guy say no is when they go, "No, no, I have my guy. We're cool. I got a good relationship with him. I'm not fucking this up."
Yeah.
Thank you. You know what I mean? And so when you
Mm-hmm.
have that, the guy will stick with you, right? When he knows that you're going to pay him, you're not going to play any games, you're not going to squeeze him for price, da, 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 da. But then, if you do that and you're always kind of like, oh, this complaining about this is, why am I selling it to that guy? I'll just
Right.
get my money today and I'll be home and I can call it a day. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
so,
No, no, you're absolutely right, and that's why I don't hop around, and 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 I tell my clients that, and I tell prospective clients that I'm like, listen, that's one of the benefits in dealing with Moss King. At the end of the day, I have a trusted source, direct. I trust where the waters that the sea moss is coming from, and I know that I have premium sea moss all of the
mhm,
time. It's
you
not
do.
going to, and that's not going to change, because I'm not hopping from this person to that person to this person to that person.
Mhm,
I'm not. I'm never going to do that. Sometimes in the game, you have to compromise. Like the conversation I was having with you yesterday, but that's only for a moment and not a necessity in a moment. But I'm still not going to compromise on my value,
mhm,
in terms of my business is concerned, because I
mhm,
know what my clients look for, and I'm talking about the consistent ones. When they spend their money with me,
mhm.
so I'm never going to compromise.
Yeah.
Never going to compromise that. But that's why awareness. Another reason why awareness on different levels is so important. Just overall in forms like this, because and it's important for the customers that come into this form, so that they can get a real time understanding of like what it's like for us. And I say us,
Mhm,
even though our business is on different levels, but we still deal with the same types of costs and operating costs and stuff like that to get this quality CMOS to people,
mhm.
you know.
Yeah.
And,
That's how it
and
works.
one thing still holds true in life, like most times you get what you pay for. So you got to remember that. You know what I mean? You,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
have to remember that.
You
So
gotta, yeah, definitely, definitely. And don't, build your business so you can pay, a fair price for the product so you're never without it. You know what I mean?
hmm
Like
hmm
I look at some of these gel makers and they're selling the gel for what, 16 or do you sell gel?
Yeah, I do locally. I don't ship it. I've
Yeah.
been thinking about starting to ship it, but most the going price for this plain CMOS gel 16 ounces is like $25. Some people might sell it for 20. Some people sell it for as high as $30 to $40. It just depends, I guess, on the market where they're at.
So 25, if you got 16 jars out of that, that's $400,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So if they were paying $20 for the pound and they divided it by 16, they're paying $1.25 cost, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Yeah.
if they went and saved $2, which I've had people haggle over $2, right? So it was at 20. So $18 divided by 16. It's like you're only saving 15 cents on each jar.
Right.
Like if you really need to make more money, just sell more jars. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you sold a few more jars, you would make up that difference that you lost not saving that $2, right? But what
Mm-hmm.
happens is you trying to squeeze that $2. Now you've created enough margin, someone else can compete with you. Now it's like, you know what I mean? If the guy's like, if he has an opportunity to send you shit Shimos, he's probably going to do that because fuck, you're not paying full price. You're not paying the price he wants. Like
Mm-hmm.
I do a lot of partnerships, and the one thing I've learned in doing partnerships is the person on the other side has to be more happier with the deal than you are. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Like you always got to. I always try to make sure that the other person on the side's got a little more. Or they're walking away thinking like they won, like they got me over, right? I
Right.
gave them exactly what they wanted. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because if they're not happy with the deal, if I squeeze them, if I, get one over them, you know what I mean? Oh, I got them in this price or whatever. The first chance they get to fuck up the deal, they're gonna fuck it up.
Yeah.
First chance they get to rip you off, they're gonna rip you off. The first chance they
Mm-hmm.
get to short you, and sometimes you won't even notice when they're doing it. Do you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like I had
Yeah.
a lot. I used to watch it when I was like in my younger hustling days. A lot of my friends were all chopping weed, and they tell me, they say, "Oh, you think that guy's got me? Wait, don't worry. Wait when this guy's not looking. I'll get him back. You know what I mean? I'll get him on
Mm-hmm.
the price of the seed on the weed or whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna pay. Don't worry, he'll pay. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't want to be in that position. You know what I mean? I don't want to be that guy where I have to look over my shoulder and say, is this kind of guy going to fuck? I want people to say, hey, you know what? I want to do a deal with Julien because at least with Julien, I walk away with happy. I walk away
Yeah.
with what I wanted. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I
Right.
always ask them, what do you want? You know what I mean? And I do the best to give them what I want, give them what they want while I still get what I want. And I'm satisfied. That's a
Mm-hmm.
perfect partnership there, you know?
I
And
don't know if
that's,
she's still in here. So, Sharon Brown, she said she
oh,
needs a good jail recipe.
I don't know
CMOS
what
and
listen,
dates.
that's my that's my cousin. I don't know why she's on there talking about a good gel. She knows a good gel recipe. She's from Grenada. Sharon.
Hey, I
That's why I
tell
was like,
people, look, CMOS and dates. That's all you need. CMOS
yeah.
and pitted dates, and you good to go.
Well, do you boil your sea moss or you do it raw?
No, I do it raw.
Yeah. I think with her, she would probably boil it. I'm gonna call her tomorrow and see. But yeah, sea moss. I've never tried it. Actually, I don't think I can even eat dates. I'm allergic to a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
that's the perfect. I mean, I don't put any, especially as far as a sweetener. Like dates are good for you, uh,
hmm
for different reasons, but and they bring just a mild sweetness to the gel. I'm not putting no artificial powders, no none of that.
no
People be
flavor.
like, "Oh, do you make grape Kool Aid CMOS gel?" No, I'm not making all them crazy colors, crazy flavors, none of that. You
hmm
know, I'm not taking nothing from the gel. I'm just going. I'm only adding to it.
Yeah, adding new
Period.
stuff. And
Yeah.
I mean that's no disrespect to those. I think some people need the flavored gel. They can't like you know what I mean. They're new to it and whatnot, right? But to each his own. Someone here writes, "Does boiling kill some of the nutrients?" I honestly don't know. I don't believe it does. I think that if you were to boil the sea moss in water and then throw away the water, then the sea moss would have less nutrients because the sea moss, would leach out into the water. But as long as you're using the same water that you're boiling the sea moss or soaking it in, for the most part, it should be okay.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm not. I don't know actual fact on that, but I know it's certain people that been boiling sea moss for
All in the
years,
all in the
and yeah, and experiencing great benefit from it. But they don't, like you said, they boil it down to a gel, let it cool like that, and they use it. They don't throw the water out, or throw it out, and
hmm
so they're not losing anything. It's all still there. But I've never tried to boil it. But I know people that still do that though.
Yeah, my dad does it. He boils it. He puts cinnamon stick in it, soursop leaf, star anise, and some nutmeg. And then in the end, he'll mix the cream, the condensed milk in it and stuff.
Hmm.
So he makes it like the actual drink, and
Hmm.
that's how he is. And that they just drink that without you know what I mean, adding it to stuff. And then my partner, he makes some of the best CMOS drinks on the island. This guy's CMOS drinks are so good. I literally watch him bribe people with it. Or if someone catches him on the street and like he doesn't have the cooler in the trunk, they're pissed. Like
Really?
pissed. Like yeah, they're like, Roy, why you do this to me, man? Why you don't love me, man? You don't care about me? Why you not have this? This is the third time this week I check you, man. Well, you don't have
Yeah.
this, man. Why not, man?
Yeah.
you you're your boss Seamoss, man. Why you know Seamoss? Awa, awa.
That must be a hell of a drink.
Yeah, no, because he's good because he knows how to mix the flavors. He puts the, you know what I mean. And I'm pretty sure he boils his. Yeah, he doesn't do it the raw. Tell your partner share his recipe. Yeah, right.
Right. Yeah.
he, he'll get mad. I've seen him. I've seen people ask him for the recipe, and he looks at him. He's like, "You take some sea moss and you add some fruit." It's like because he's like, "Hell no, am I off recipe? Like you crazy?" But I've been telling him that we're gonna make drinks out of it. Like we're gonna launch a drink on the island, and we're gonna call it Boss Sea Moss, and start the drink on the island, and maybe export it in a few years to North America. So don't be if you see Boss Sea Moss on the shelves, you know who it is.
Say, do you guys use all alkaline herbs and fruits or whatever the demand is? Me personally, I use um, spring water, alkaline water, uh, and organic everything. You know, all the time. So that's just me. That's what I do. Um, period.
Mhm.
Period.
I'm not super alkaline, although I am trying to eat more healthier. I drink usually like a smoothie. I do a lot of fasting. That's something that I do a lot that
Mm,
I find really beneficial to not only my health but just my mental state and
yeah,
just like my spirituality and stuff like that. Yeah.
yeah. Julian, what time is it where you at, bro?
It's 10 to 12. I know. You getting tired too? Listen, my
Look,
family's getting ready to disown me.
look. No, I'm actually I'm good. Yeah, I'm tired, but me and my wife we get up at 4:30 every day and out the door by 5:30. So she's already in bed, sleep. Everybody sleep, but me. I'm sitting out here enjoying myself. I'm looking at the clock, how long we've been on here. It's like going on almost 4.5 hours.
Yeah,
You know,
I started at 7:30.
yeah. But this, like this is, I could sit and just talk and talk and talk and talk about this, all night. But these 4 or 5 hour ones gonna have to pause for me until like on the weekend or something. You know what I mean?
True, true.
My
Well,
days be long, man. I leave when it's dark outside, come home when it's dark outside. But I told my wife, I was like, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna hop in the shower, then I'm gonna come and get with Julie. And she was like, yeah, I think that's so cool, what he's doing. I'm like, yeah, but I'm gonna go out here and connect with the people for a little bit, because it's all valuable, man. And I still need to get with you about the cocoa sticks, the drink that you was telling me about. It's just so much.
Oh,
Not so
Bubble
much.
Day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So you remember
yeah.
before when we were talking about the Bubble Day, I hadn't really tried it.
Right.
I
Yeah.
tried it.
Yeah. Yeah. I need to. I need to. What's the one thing you know now that you?
What's the one thing you know now that you would have saved you a lot of time and money?
Hmm.
Oh,
Hmm.
that's a good question.
Yeah. Uh. Hmm. Uh. Just seeking out. I think I thought I knew more than what I actually knew when I started, and I didn't research first because about 6 years ago when I first started dealing with Seamoss, the only thing I knew about was the Irish moss drinks they used to sell at the Jamaican restaurants, but I had never seen the raw plant. And so, fast forward years down the road, when I started having a mindset to even start dealing with Seamoss, um, I didn't know what to look for. I didn't research it. And
Mm,
so I just started, and I went to a black co-op here where I lived at that been in the community for like 30 plus years, and do a lot of good for the community. Got a lot of great, amazing food products and herbs, but was selling pool grown sea moss. And so that's what I was buying for what $9, $10 a pound. And
yeah,
I just picked it up. They were selling it in sandwich bags, and I was like, hey, like this sea moss, like that's it. And
yeah, because
and I was making smoothies and stuff with it for about maybe 3 to 4 months and posting on Instagram. And a guy in Philly saw me posting the actual bags of sea moss that I had, and he actually was plugged into the same people I deal with now um, in St. Lucia. But he just came in my inbox and said, "Hey man, what you selling is the wrong thing."
mhm,
And you know, I didn't know no better. you
yeah,
know, and he took me under his wing, and he just mentored me and just gave me the not the game, but gave me the right information. And
yeah,
it took a little bit for it to sink in, and then like I said, I was paying $10 a pound, and he was like, and I asked him how much was a pound of his sea moss, and he
mhm,
said $60, right? So I immediately was like, "You tripping? I'm
yeah,
not paying that. I pay $10 a pound," And he was like, that same CMOS that you buying, you probably could get it. He said the people that selling to you for $10 probably paying $1.99 a pound for it.
mhm,
And so anyway, long story short, he ended up sending me. I told you this story before, Julie, but he ended up
good story.
sending me a pound of CMOS up front, and from there, I just never looked back. you know. And that's why I really don't like to haggle prices with people, because if you're selling gels, or even if you're making it for your family, if you pay me $45 or $50 a pound, like you're gonna make several times more money than I'm making off of that pound, and it's gonna, or if you're using it for your family, it's probably gonna last you about 6 months.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So,
that's what a
I
lot of
just,
people.
yeah, I wish I would have researched. I wish
A
I
lot
would
of
have had a mindset to research first.
a lot of people don't realize how much that 1 pound actually really lasts. And a lot of them
Hmm.
want to start, like these new people in the business, they want to start by selling pounds. They're like, oh, I want to sell pounds. And I'm like, okay, get ready to buy 400 pounds or 200 pounds. And they're like,
Yeah,
what? I just wanted to start with 10. And I'm like, are you crazy? You'll run out in 2 days. Like, what do you mean?
yeah,
You'll just get started and you'll be out of stock. You know what I
yeah,
mean? If you're going to start with 10 pounds, then sell 2 ounces or 4 ounces. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
it's better margins on that, and the customers
hmm,
come back quicker. You know what I
yeah,
mean? And some people like buying in that quantity, right? I
hmm,
remember when I used to chop weed, there was guys that would come and just buy a dime every day, and I'm like, dude, you could get a half ounce by the end of the week for the same price. Ah, no, no, bro, I just I got my 2 spliffs a day. I'm good, bro.
Right. Right. Right.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
So
No, you're right. You're right. Tapping in though, finding outlets where you can get, information and wisdom from, So if anything, like I said, I wish that I would have had a mindset to just research and be more patient. Um, and the biggest blessing in that would have been I wouldn't have been giving my people an inferior product, because I still was making money off of it. So it wasn't that I didn't make money off of it. It's just that, in my heart, like now, like when I touch CMOS and I'm packaging it, like I feel so confident and so good. Like I don't have no regrets. It's like I know that what I'm sending out to a person, it's like the very best quality. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not, I don't feel no type of way. I'm not like, well, they're gonna get this and it's gonna make them sick, or it's, like I know what I'm selling to people now, and
that's
so that's the
yeah.
blessing. That's
That's
the
funny
blessing.
you brought that point up because there's times where, and I mean, I don't have it here where I could just pick up the computer and show you, but I have a lot of CMOS that I'm just, not to say I can't, I almost like, do I throw it out? What do I do? Because it's not like it's bad, but it doesn't look as good as the stuff that I normally sell. And when I
Mm,
look at it, I'm like, how can I put this in the bag and send it to them? Like, you
right.
know what I mean? Like, there's a certain standard when you get to that certain level. So when you talked about that, saying you have confidence, it's like I know how you feel because there's
Mm-hmm.
some CMOS where I'm like, wait till they look at this CMOS, they're gonna go and then they
Yeah,
call me and they're like, Julian, I got talking to the CMOS.
yeah, yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's some of the joys of the business. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I love
But
doing
it's,
it.
but it's even, um, like talking about like the appearance of sea moss, and a lot of people not understanding that the darker sea moss is, especially like the purple sea moss, has a high iodine uh, presence on the surface of the sea moss based on the drying process. Because I've had people be like, "Well, why was it so much, salt on the purple sea moss?" And I'm like, I try to explain to them, the drying process and what happens, and I'm like I could choose to like sit and put some paper out and just smack the sea moss together, you know what I'm saying, and try to shake off some of the excess. But like I know it's nothing wrong with it, you know what I'm saying. I just more so I just choose to explain to people like what the drying process is and why it's like that. Like you don't see it like that on the go, but you do see it like that on um, the full spectrums, and
Color.
the colored sea moss. But I think, and you probably, well, not you probably, I'm sure you know better than me, because I think, and like I've gotten sea moss, and it always looks great, right? Um, but sometimes it looks like the sea moss was, I don't know, like I don't know if I want to say like clean better, like you just don't see that, much iodine on the surface of the sea moss. And then some of it you still see some, you might be going through it, and it, yeah, it might look pretty. You might have a 35 pound box, or a 25 pound box, and you going through it, and it's like, oh, okay, 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 and then you get to the middle, and then you can see more of the, the iodine content, you know what I'm saying, like on the surface or whatever, and it don't make it bad. See, so how, where does that come from? Like, how does that work?
So the reason why you're pulling it through and then all of a sudden you're sealing the salt, and sometimes you'll get it where it's only like one clump of the area is like
Hmm.
really salty, and you're like, that's just the moisture.
Yeah,
The sea moss is sitting in the bag, and as it's sitting in the bag, it starts drying, and as it's drying, the moisture comes out, and the salt forms like these crystals. It's like a little powder. You
it's
know what I
real
mean? And then
fine.
you look, yeah, and then it's like almost like a snow. You know what I mean? It's super
Mhm.
dusty, and so yeah, that's part of it just naturally drying in the box. Yeah, what do you think?
Like,
If you give me a second, I can pull a
so
few.
see that?
Yeah. Oh, dude, I have like I could show you
But it's like
a bag.
but it's like powder. It all settled.
Bags. Give me 1 sec. I'll show you. This is just one bag of it.
Wow.
Yeah. Because when we're done with the box, we'll empty the salt, like the contents of whatever the box is, and we'll in there. This is like just look how fucking much salt that is. And so this is just one bag. I have a couple bags like this. And in some of the bins where we keep the sea moss, it's like half full of that salt because
Right.
it and it comes on. It's naturally occurring. That's why I get like so crazy when it's like these people are like, oh, it's not supposed to have salt on it. And why you get salt on it? And it's like, okay, there's different types of salt to get. This salt's okay, and then at the same time, you're soaking it.
So it's
Think
not
about
going to
it.
be there anyway.
Exactly. No matter what the salt is on it, it's gone once you soak it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what are you worried about?
Yeah.
Well, Dr. Sebi said there's not supposed to be so. Yeah, well, Dr. Sebi holded up Garcellaria and said it was Condorus crispus. So, you know what I mean?
And
And I'm not saying that
it's coming out of salt water. So I don't
exactly.
know. I don't know what type of sea moss don't have iodine in it, but okay.
Hmm. Well,
Okay.
some of them, the way they dry, the different process, it's gonna have the salt crystals more than others. But
Mm-hmm.
like, because I mean, with Condorus crispus, the actual Condorus crispus, you don't really much salt on it, right? But
Mm-mm.
that's why is that? Is part of it is because it doesn't have a lot of, or do you get a lot of salt on yours?
No,
Because you
hold up.
sell it, right?
Yeah, I'm taking a handful out. Wait a minute. So see,
Hmm.
but
So
no,
there's salt on it there too.
but very little. You barely wait a minute. You barely see any.
But is that because they because it's naturally like that, or they could have cleaned it?
Yeah, well, no, it's like the light. Wait a minute, I'm moving around in the dark, but that's a that's just sea debris, right?
Hmm.
So it might be other little pieces of like seaweed, and stuff like that. But like it just depends, like, because this bag right here probably only have about like 10 pounds in it, right? But
Hmm.
again, it just depends. Um, because when they're raking it off of the coastline, off of the rocks, and then they set it out to dry. I just think it just depends. I think it's like all sea moss, like you said, depending on the state of dryness that it's in, and then as it's packaged and it's sitting, and it starts drying up, then maybe that iodine is coming to the surface, just like with the purple and the full spectrum, and then it like settles. But it's it's not it's not like with the Caribbean sea moss. It's not like that. But I've had like 20 pounds, 30 pounds of chondrus where, at the bottom of the bag, by the time I get to the bottom of it, you can see some of it. But I see more sand, um, baby clams, little
Yeah,
shrimp and stuff like that, as opposed to salt, like that you can actually see. So I think it depends.
that's true. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna do some more research to kind of look into as why, it could be something where the the Garcellaria and the Eukinema has the ability to hold more moisture. So
Mm-hmm.
therefore, it has more salt. You know what I mean? And so when it's drying out, it's got more moisture on the surface because that's
Right.
from Garcilaria and Eukinema. That's where the salt's coming from. And
Mm-hmm.
when you bleach the sea moss, the gold, a lot of that salty liquid gets sort of like comes off when it gets
Yeah.
excreted in the bleaching process.
Right. Because it's only covered on the top, but the beds that it's sitting on, like you said, as it's sweating and bleaching in the sun, it's probably just falling to the ground as
Mm-hmm.
opposed to the drying process for more specifically like the purple. I'm not sure about the full spectrum because I
Mm-hmm.
know, like I told you before, my guy, he was saying like he went to a farmer one time and he said his purple was he had a lot of purple, it was hanging up, it was nice and crispy, but he said if the humidity just changes a teeny bit, and he said, he made a deal to come back and pick the purple up the next day. And he said when he got back the next morning, he said it was soaking wet. Just that same crispy purple was just soaking wet, because the humidity had just changed just a little bit. And
Mm-hmm.
he actually told me that some of the farmers like they don't even like trying to produce the purple, you know what I'm saying, because they feel like, oh, well, if it's too light, people not going to want to buy it, different things like that. So like I actually requested, like I'll request like, oh, I want some dark purple sea moss, but then like the full spectrum I have, you know he sold it to me at a full spectrum price, but it's still mostly purple. It's just not dark purple, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it just depends. It just
Yeah.
depends, and people need to just be educated and understand, you know, like the drying processes, why the salt is there, the fact that it's no such thing as getting no sea moss that don't have no salt on it or in it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And even
Yeah.
if you see some salt in the bag, it don't matter unless it's like table salt, because like the salt that we just showed them, it's like a powder.
It's
It'll
like a sand.
dissolve. Yeah, it'll dissolve right between your fingers. Yep. You know
My
what I mean?
whole warehouse is full of it everywhere. Like I have to clean up like every day because it's
Yeah, I can
like even
only imagine with thousands of pounds, like how much salt that you have left. It's probably over a couple of 100 pounds or more. If you collected it all and weighed it, you know what I mean.
probably, you know what I
So
mean?
it just depends, man. Like I said, I just from whatever knowledge I have, that's why these relationships are important. You and Kirby, um, and so it's probably some other people that have some wisdom to share. They just got to come into the fold and be willing to actually put themselves out there and share it. You know what I mean?
Hmm. I think there's them out there. We just don't always see what they're doing. I think like
Hmm.
Ricky Ray from Ocean Gold, he's a guy who's been doing it a long time. You know what I mean? I
Hmm.
always hear people telling me about how he's helped them with this or he's helped them with that. And he's kept it pretty modest and quiet considering, you know what I mean, the accomplishments that he's had and stuff like that. So there are guys, we just don't always see them, you know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
we're at they're somewhere else, you know what I mean? But
Right.
I agree with you in the sense that I hope that people see us doing this and they get encouraged or motivated to try and start doing it themselves. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Or they look at us and say, oh, well, if we want to get to that level, we got to do what these guys are doing. You know what I
Right.
mean? And
Right.
so that pushes them better the market because the more people share the information, the more, you know what I mean, like the truth will come out. And I think it's taken a while, but we're now getting to that point where people are starting to see what's really fact and what's not, and people are starting to understand stuff like the sea moss doesn't get its minerals from the rock because that was a huge thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I've had several sea moss sellers that were starting out from St. Lucia that would reach out to me and be like, "Fuck, Julien, like these guys are honest." And like, what, this guy's like telling people that my fake CMOS or my CMOS is fake and blah blah blah. Dude, I did I ever tell you? I told you guys. I've said it a few times. The story I got with the time I got in the fight with Victor Bowman.
Mm.
You never heard that story?
Nah.
Victor Bowman, Dr. Sevi's son, when I first started out in selling CMOS, I got into a huge fight with him. And we did it online. He challenged me to go on his live stream. So we went on his live stream. And at the time, I had no idea who he was. This is how new
Mm.
I was with CMOS. But the way I saw it was like, I don't care what anybody says. I just spent 3 months researching this information. I scoured the net, and I'm good in the internet. Like I'm not some new guy on the net. There's a lot of shit people don't know about me that I can, you know what I mean? I
Right.
trust me. I spent a lot of time, like days. Like you see how we're doing 4 hours on live stream.
Right.
Imagine me doing 8 hours a day researching Google, looking on scientific websites, and I have the ability to read these journals and understand what they're talking about, the grammar and all that stuff. So I
Mm.
spent all the time. So it was like no one could talk to me and tell me I didn't know what I know. It's fact. It's
Right.
scientific. There's multiple journals or reports that confirm the same thing that I'm saying. So
Right.
how it started was this girl was like, are you sure your sea moss is real? I'm like, hell yeah, it's real. I just fucking picked it out of the water. You know what
Right.
I mean? Like I
Right.
touched it with my bare hands. I know it's not fake. You know what I mean? So I sell her the sea moss and she calls me back up. You lied to me. You know what I mean? Like you said the sea moss. I was like, what? What the hell are you talking about? Who said this? You know what I mean? So she's like, this profile, and it was like I didn't even check the profile or nothing. I just instantly like DM'd them, "What's up, guy?" You know what I mean? What you saying? My CMOS is fake? Blah blah blah. I was like, and we got into the argument about it, and he's all like, you know what? You're this, you're that. Why don't you go on my live stream? And I was like, yeah, let's do it, bro. I'm gonna
Right.
fucking school you, right? And so I'll never forget it. It was late at night. I just gotten my partner had just dropped me home and stuff. That's where I got on the computer and I had been drinking beer and I was eating chicken because I had like we picked some food up. So imagine I go on his live stream with
Right.
a beer in my hand, not understanding anything about the alkaline community or not. Oh, but their minds blew up. The comments were just like, and then it wasn't until I had no idea who he was until people started freaking out and they're like, how dare you disrespect his name? And I'm gonna get on a plane down there. I'm gonna find out where you are. And I was like, whoa, what's going on in the comment?
Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean? So then I started doing the research, and I'm like, oh shit, this is his son. Like, but what's funny is like he couldn't tell he couldn't accurately describe the species of sea moss that we had. He couldn't explain to me how the process worked on the sea moss on the rocks, like getting the minerals. I showed him documentation that denounced that that showed that sea moss is an algae and that it's not even a plant. I'm like, explain to me how the mineral, like, how is it even possible to get it from one end of the plant to the other when the plant has no root structure? You know what
Right.
I mean? So it was all that, and then he started calling me. He's like, you're a fake, you're a fraud, you're just in it for the money. And I'm like, yeah, I'm in it for the money. Yeah, I'm a fucking CMOS farmer. Like this is a business, you know what I mean? And I go, but you're the fake. You know what I mean? And I said, the reason why I said he was the fake, I go, you're sitting there, you're acting like you're here to help the people and you're here to, heal them and do all this health. I go, so why is it that your CMOS, because I started looking on it, because he was like trying to attack me, right? So I go on his website. I go, why are you selling only 2 ounces on your CMOS for $17? And that's where I got him. I'm like, do you know that works out? Like, here, let's do the math. $17, right? Times 16, it's $272.
For a pound.
Yeah, 17 times 16, right? Yeah. Or wait, no, sorry, I lied. That's too much. It would be 17 times 8. I thought the number was too high. 17 times 8. That's $136. So it's like you're selling your Seamoss. I go, you call yourself a healer, but yet you're selling your Seamoss for $136. You're not giving anybody an option to buy any more if they want to. And I said, and I know you're getting that Seamoss for $5 a pound from these fucking Hondurans. I go, don't make me go down to Honduras and find out how much your Seamoss is. I swear I'm going to put it all over the net and show everybody you are. I go, don't ever call me, tell me, like, stand there and act like you're a healer and I'm some charlatan when this is how you're doing. I go, I sell my Seamoss for, I think it was $42 a pound at the time. And I'm
Mm.
like, so who's robbing who? You know what I mean? And he fucking hated that. And so he ended up calling me a bati boy. And when he called me that, I laughed at him. I was like, yeah, I won. I said, okay, we're done, bro. I don't need to engage you. I said, I know I won. And he was like, what? I said, yeah, you call me a name, you call me gay? Like, what? Like, that's what you got? Like, Mr. Big Bowman, like, who
Yeah.
knows all these people, you resort to calling me a gay? Like, I know you're full of shit now. You know what I mean? I got you. And so he got mad. He ended the live stream and deleted it and blocked me.
Yeah, I bet he did.
Yeah. But I now have the story and I can tell people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of people. I mean, I respect what Dr. Sebi brought to
Oh,
yeah, but
I so
he
do I.
he but he wasn't the end all,
No.
and he was susceptible to be wrong about some things, but some people just, like I say, but when you don't have things to contrast against, then you can only go off of what you go off of,
Hmm.
which again is why I say these types of things are important, and being consistent with these types of things are important because people really don't know. They don't have the variety of choices to research information from, or they don't know. And like you say, it's a lot of information out there, but people don't know where to really go and research, or they're just, you know, they're not going to do it, you
They're
know.
not going to invest the time.
Yeah, they
Listen,
they
we
wanted to
all
come
know
to
where to
you.
go to get the information. Sorry to cut you off. Google.
No, no, you good.
Everybody knows where to go.
Yeah, yeah.
But
So,
it's the time. Do you know what I
hmm
mean? Who's going to
hmm
sit there and spend 2 hours reading an article, trying to understand how, because of the technical terms that they're using, you can barely understand. You know what I mean? Like, who's going to spend that time? Not everybody does it. You know what
hmm
I mean?
hmm
And so, and I just want to say for the record, like, I'm not like, the work that Dr. Sabi did was phenomenal, right?
hmm
Stuff, and the fact that he spot this healing, and that he started the Ushla village and stuff like that. Like, I'm not hating on him for any of that work.
Oh
Do
no,
you know what
I'm
I'm saying?
right, right,
That's it. But what I am hating on is how people are taking his information and not, what I mean, almost like kind of saying, well, just because he said it, it has to be right.
right.
That's a problem in our society right now. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Where we're not checking everything, and so we believe everything that everybody tells you. Is he
Mm-hmm.
lying about stuff? No, but maybe some of the stuff he made. Here's the thing I know. Back when he was doing most of that work, he did not have Google. He did not have the technology that
Mm-hmm.
we have. So I'm willing to give, like, in my mind, I give him a pass. Yeah, he wasn't perfect. You know what I mean? Yeah, he didn't make, what I mean? He made some mistakes, and he probably didn't do it intentionally. But here's the fact now. We're here in 2021, right? What's the truth?
Right.
What's the real truth? It doesn't, just because he didn't have the real truth doesn't mean everything he did was, you know what I mean? Um in vain, you know what I'm saying? Like, he healed
Right.
a lot of people. You know what I
Right.
mean? He helped a lot of people. So he
Yeah.
definitely deserves that respect,
Yeah. Yeah.
But if someone, sorry.
No, no, I'm saying we'll give more credit to that than
Yeah,
anything. You
yeah,
know. Yeah.
yeah.
Yep. Man. I feel like
I know.
we could just continue. We could just keep going, man.
We
Just
could.
keep going and
We
keep
could.
going. Then hold up. This one, is this the longest one that you did so far? Could
No. I think the longest one I did was probably 6 hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did a 6 hour one in St. Lucia. The longest ones I would do is in St. Lucia. And I think I even did more. But I remember back in the days, it was like the Instagram, we were doing it on Instagram, and they had a limit of 1 hour. So after an hour, you had to restart the stream. And
Okay.
so I would sometimes restart it like 6 times. Like it was like I would start at 6 in the morning and finish at 12.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm probably one of the hardest work. I always joke with my family. I'm like the hardest working guy in CMOS. But like seriously, I do put a lot of time in it. But you have to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this is something that I was thinking about earlier was that like when the girl asked the question, "What do you do?" You know what I mean? What you'd know then. I've done so many like entrepreneur businesses and stuff that when I saw this business, it was almost like I knew exactly what to do and how to do it. And it's funny if I could bring my partner on to like when I would tell him this is what we're doing and this is what we're gonna. He was looking at me like okay, you're fucking full of shit. Like let's just you know what I mean. Like no way, no this that. I'm like yeah, we're gonna get a warehouse and we're gonna get this and we're gonna distribute. And he's just like no. But then, like a couple months ago, he was like, "You know what, bro? You were right. You did it. Everything you said we were going to do, we're doing it." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I had to look back, though, the one thing that I know now that I wish back then that I didn't let up off the gas when it came to advertising. I was spending some money on advertising, and I pulled away from it to because I felt like I was spending too much money on the ads and not getting the result, and I wanted to say how much of it was me and how much was the ads. And
Yeah.
so yeah, and so now I feel like I pulled away from it so long that it's almost like I can't go back to it because the momentum that would be required, the energy that would be required to pick up the momentum again, I don't think that it's possible. There's a lot of more competition than before, and so
Yeah.
it's almost like I could do it, but it might cost me twice as much to do it, and
Right.
so
Right.
I don't know. It's better to just do the guerrilla marketing for now. You know what I mean? Put out some ads and content and just try to stand out and go from there. But
Yeah.
that's something that I wish I'd studied more about Facebook advertising and stuff so that I can make more effective ads for less money.
Yeah, that's next up for me. I mean, the website, some type of business platform outside of the group, and just learning how to correctly, put ads out there that's gonna stand out and bring people, um, to my face. You know what I mean? So
You're never gonna know that until you test. That's the
yeah,
one thing that I've learned in the advertising thing is that the market's always changing and what you think like you could do all this research and watch all these YouTube videos and then create the ad and then by then the ad could change or the person that was telling you to do this stuff doesn't correctly know your market. The market knows the market. So it's almost like you have to run like split tests, A/B tests, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? But also keep it pretty simple so that it's sort of generically accepted. You know what I mean? If you try too hard to make jokes or something like that, then you have to worry about whether or not someone got the joke or you know what I mean? Like you have to do it in such a way so that it's easily digestible by everybody.
yeah, yeah. I
You
know
know
I
what
got to learn how to navigate around social media, how to use it, use the tools as far as, making video content and stuff like that. So, I'm picking up little stuff and, I'm going to continue to um, delve into it a little more, ask some more questions. And just like you say, just keep it simple, as I continue to work on like building my brand, along the way. But
social media is like a high school. If you treat it like it's high school and like how you interact and make friends in high school, you do all right.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know what I mean? That's what I find.
Well, I got 4 hours, man, before I gotta get up for another 14-hour day.
Oh
So,
man. Okay, I'm gonna let you go. And
but
I'm gonna
this was a
sorry, go ahead.
pleasure though, and I'm gonna be here for the next one. So,
Yes. Well, I'm gonna do one. I'm gonna start doing these Tuesdays. Tuesdays, Sundays evenings, and Wednesday evenings because those seem to be 2 days where I can have time and I got nothing else really sort of conflicting. And so let's like come and join me. When you can next Sunday, probably in the evening, maybe about 7 or 8, because I have some showings to do at first. And you know what I
okay,
realized? I had the clubhouse room going
the
Like,
whole
he
time.
wasn't even paying to, yeah. So there was people coming in, and in the beginning of the video, there's a guy that was talking to it that was on the clubhouse, but people
Mm,
could have came into the room, and I had no idea.
yeah,
But I do like this ability, so I'm going to have this so that when people want to talk on the clubhouse and not be on the live video like how you and me are, they can still talk. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's a good idea. It's a good
yeah.
idea. Well, Sunday we're gonna do it
Thanks so much.
again. We're gonna be
Yes.
prepared to get in there, get it in, and let people know the rest of the days this week. That we're gonna be back.
Yeah, and you know what? Let's do some talking about your business and your products. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Let's show some
yeah,
of those CMOS because, like, you do have really good CMOS. I know the source you're getting it is like a very experienced and reliable source, and people need to do it. The one thing I do want to do on this the CMOS group is highlight or put more exposure on the different sellers and the different buyers, companies, and stuff like that, so that
yeah,
other people can see what they're doing, learn from them, and be inspired from them. I want to bring some of these farmers on so that I can tell so they can tell their story about how hard it works. Like, I don't want
yeah,
to get into another subject, but I just want to end off by saying, like, these fucking guys work hard. You know what I
yeah,
mean? I cannot go. I should even just devote a show on exactly how hard these guys work and show some of the videos of us doing the works and stuff like that.
yeah,
Even creating the ropes, the amount of time that it takes to put these twine on it and to open the rope, fit the twine in, to even make the twine, and then these guys are losing ropes like all the time, and they have to rebuild these new ropes and pay for all that
right.
material. It's not cheap,
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
yeah.
So I mean, well, let's still chop it up again. Maybe sometime on Saturday.
Oh,
If not Friday evening, and we can talk about Sunday. As
yeah. Okay.
far as what you got in mind for what you want to do on Sunday, but I'm definitely open
Okay.
for Sunday,
Yeah.
man. So you have a good night. Everybody have a good night. It's
Yes.
definitely good chopping it up with everybody, man. And let's just keep doing what we got to do to grow this thing, man.
Yeah, man, it's growing. You know what I mean? I think it's grown on its own. We just got to help guide it in the right
Yeah,
direction. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So that everybody sort of benefits it and maximizes it. And
All right. Well, I'm gonna go wash my
all right,
hands,
man.
wash this sea moss off my hands, and go lay down next to the wife, man. I'll talk to you soon, though. All
All right, man. Take
right.
care.
Good
You have a
night.
blessed night.
All right. You too, brother.
Okay, bye. All right, guys. Well, thanks so much for those that stayed the full, wow, almost 5 freaking hours. This is crazy. But you know what? It's easy to do this when you have the love of CMOS and you know what I mean? That it's the CMOS life, you know what I mean? And so I want to again thank everybody for joining. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate all the comments, all the everybody's contribution and everything like that. If you haven't heard it earlier, I'm going to try and do this on a regular thing. So if you'd like to get on the show, if you'd like to have questions answered or anything like that, please reach out to me, either by phone, DM, email. Like most, I'm very accessible, so you should know how to get a hold of me. And we're going to try and do this on Sunday evenings and Wednesday evenings, and we'll see how it goes and take it from there. So, with that, my name is Julien Jean-Pierre from the Royal St.Lucian Seamoss, and I appreciate you and all that you've done. Thank you, and have a great day. Bye. Or a great night and a great morning. And don't forget to take your Seamoss.